BitFuFu founded in 2020. Our team of founders all worked for Bitmain before. In February 2021, we became strategic partners with Bitmain, allowing Antpool's huge amount users direct access to our platform. In April, we received a strategic investment from Bitmain. Our partnership with Bitmain was provided us with ample miner supplies. Not just that, we also offer bulk discounts on miner prices and low electricity fees for our users. We were able to divide the overall hash rate for a single miner into unit hash rate. We have vastly lowered the entry barrier for all miners. On top of that, we also offer cloud hosting services to professional miners. No more worrying over the nitty-gritty of mine operations. Just enjoy the fruits of your mining output. Finally, we even offer customized mining product solutions for professional institutions. Most of the flagship miners are available on our platform, including S19 Pro for BTC, E9 for ETH, L7 for LTC. Both Bitmain and us are dedicated to launching cutting-edge products all over the world in the foreseeable future. Our mines are built with high standards and managed by teams of professionals. Our miner exhaust ports are equipped with enclosed heat sinks to separate cold and hot air for better circulation. The industrial exhaust fans on the top of heat sinks will blow out hot air while also bringing in cold air due to the change in negative pressure.
Hear me clearly?
Our factories are installed with water curtains, which evaporate and absorb the heat to lower the temperature. Reservoirs are built in the mines to recover, purify, and recycle the used water. This way, we are able to save on water resource. Since miners are power intensive, we've installed transformers to ensure a stable power supply. Also, we have chosen high voltage lines to meet the intensive loads. On the network side of things, we use exclusive lines with low latency and high upload configurations. Additionally, we have at least 2 lines as a fail-safe to ensure online connection. Our operation and maintenance teams work in 3 shifts to monitor the factory around the clock 24/7. Temperatures, humidity, power grids, and miners are regularly inspected, so even the tiniest of problems will be acted upon swiftly and fixed immediately.
Transformation, a period overwhelmed with uncertainty. Step into the future of endless possibilities. Seize the moment and unlock new opportunities. WDMS 2022 Global, POW Power and Mining Impetus, the largest world digital mining summit, taking place between the 8th and 10th of November in Cancun, Mexico. Gathering industry pioneers, focusing on POW power and mining impetus, diving into efficient and clean mining, discussing hydrocooling technology, aggregating the momentum of mining, brainstorming the digital future in Latin America. Rise above and together, build the consensus, prepare in the bear, and prosper in the bull. Go to www.bitmain.com to join WDMS. Build together in winter 2022 for a more prosperous spring 2023.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a great time at Cancun, and this is our second day of WDMS. We'll continue the fun today. For today, our morning theme is POW, Power, Vision, and Mission. And for the afternoon, we will focus on limited potential blockchain land in Latin America. As we begin in the morning with the first lineup of speakers, please remember to follow the event rules and instructions from our staff, as everyone's safety is our top priority. Just in case you're hungry, we have prepared snacks for you outside the hallway, but do come back quickly because the meeting is still going on. All the SVPs are welcome to join our lunch buffet at the 3 restaurants in the hotel 12 p.m., the Club Grill, Fantino, and the cafe. The hostess will show you the way for lunch. If you're not joining our buffet, there are some fabulous restaurants 5 to 10 minutes walking distance from the hotel. But before you leave, please remember to put your translation headset on the seat. Cannot afford to lose them. Okay, let's get started. And everyone that's outside, I don't know if you can hear me, come back in. First, let's open our event with Paolo Ardoino, CTO of Tether, to share his speech on Tether, a tool for financial freedom in emerging markets. Unfortunately, he cannot be here today, but we have him on Zoom. So, hi, Paolo. Say hi to the audience.
Hello, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well.
Okay, you can get started now. Thank you.
Hello. So, first of all, thank you very much for having invited me. I'm here today with you. I'm glad to be talking to you about one of the reasons of, in my opinion, of the crypto industry to exist. Today is kind of a weird day, is a sad day, because we are seeing turmoil on the markets. We are seeing companies in the crypto space that are suffering or potentially even going bankrupt. And we have to remind ourselves that the reason why this industry was born was to respond to the 2007-2008 financial crisis. That crisis put many people, many holders, many bank account holders in a really difficult position. It wiped out the wealth of generations. And in response to that, Bitcoin was born. Right. In the 31st December 2008, the Bitcoin white paper was born. The 3rd January 2009, the first transaction was processed. Right, the first block was processed, and so now we are in a situation with the markets, with the industry, where we have to remind ourselves that response to the 2007-2008 financial crisis was a strong response, and we have to continue to work on that, to bring that response with us, and to continue with the same ethos. So that's the reason why today I want to talk to you about how we are trying to bring that ethos, right? The same ethos, the same Bitcoin ethos. We are trying to bring it with Tether and Bitcoin in Latin America. Because to me, when I think to Bitcoin and I think to Tether, I think about tools for financial freedom. We live in a world where more than 2 billion people don't have access to bank accounts, not because they are bad people, not because they are, they did anything wrong. They are just too poor to have a bank account because the cost of maintaining bank accounts is really high. The cost is due to the extremely outdated KYC AML processes. They are mainly still manual. The completely outdated infrastructure, technological infrastructure that is kept together by rubber and bands is a 30, 40 years old technological infrastructure that still is really kept together till today with rubber and bands. And so all the cost of trying to maintain this outdated system is reflected on the users. And this means that if you don't have enough capital, enough money, enough wealth, you cannot have a bank account. You cannot have access to basic financial services. That is why Tether business model is actually not trying to go after the banks, right? Tether doesn't want to become, the biggest banks. That doesn't want to steal the job of the banks, but actually wants to go on all those regions where the banks gave up, where the banks left alone millions and millions of people, right? So we know that there is a common denominator in poor areas of the world. There is the smartphone, or there are phones. So phones are the common denominator in these areas. And so having a wallet, a simple wallet on a phone that allows you to pay for groceries, for food, for basic services is extremely crucial. So creating an economy for people to transact in emerging markets, in developing countries, is a way to give to these countries an opportunity to grow their GDP, to move money faster. Because if you move money faster, if you can settle money faster, if you can transfer microtransactions and big transactions without waiting several days, the economy will move faster. So you can actually create more opportunities for emerging markets to fill the gap at least a little bit with the more wealthy countries. Because if we don't focus on this, right, we are not actually bringing forward the ethos of Bitcoin. To me, the beauty of Bitcoin is that every morning that you wake up, you know that if you have your Bitcoins in your private wallet, that is, no one can take that away from you. And so this very same experience should be brought to people living in emerging markets in developing countries. We need to create tools that help emerging markets to fight against the enormous inflation that is happening with their local currency. I have a good friend in Turkey. He has a child, he's 14 years old, and he would like to send this child studying abroad in Europe. And the problem is that the majority of his savings last year were in Turkish liras. And the actual problem for him was that given that the Turkish lira lost 80% or more of value compared to dollar in the last 12 to 16 months, this person is poor after having worked one entire year. This person is poor at the end of the year rather than more than at the beginning of the year, right? So that is absurd. That is unfair. And the only way for this friend of mine and many millions of others to combat this inequality is actually using a Bitcoin and stable coins like that. So that's why you don't see us announcing big partnerships with banks. You don't see Tether creating buying the name rights on stadiums. But we are always there in Latin America, where, in Venezuela, Argentina, Brazil, El Salvador, of course. I'm going to be there personally in El Salvador, in San Salvador, within the next 10 days for adopting Bitcoin. So that's where, in my opinion, we can have the biggest impact. So, for us, for Tether, but I know that many of our friends in the industry think the same. It's not all about the money, right? So it's not all about squeezing the last drop of everything that you do, but it's actually there is one understanding that there is an opportunity that happens once in 100 years, where you can actually, if done properly, if we are all committed to that, we can actually change things, right? We can reshape the financial industry. We can reshape the access to financial services. So I think that also what I like about Latin America is that there is so much potential. There is so much potential in terms of energy, access to natural resources. So I envision a future where, with the right amount of capital, with the right amount of human resources and mental power, we can help each country to become self-sustainable and help them to mine Bitcoin with the excess of energy that they have. Because the reality is that we know for a fact that there is a lot of excess of energy in Latin America. So I think that there is a good way to leverage that with Bitcoin in order to create value and increase and improve the economy of the area. So yeah, with Tether, basically, we don't consider ourselves just a stable coin, but we consider ourselves a group of builders, to create, financial infrastructure. You might have seen that lately, if for anyone that is following me, I have been publishing a lot on Twitter. You can follow me at Paolo Arduino on Twitter. I've been publishing a lot about Keet, KEET.io, is a peer-to-peer video chat, for example, that will be is already Bitcoin/Lightning enabled and will have Tether in. I believe that, with this type of innovation, with creating sustainable peer-to-peer applications that can move money, but also that can move data, we can reshape also the communication infrastructure in Latin America and all the emerging markets, including Africa and some countries in East Europe. Because if from one side at Tether, we see that there is a big gap, as I've described, in financial services access. And on the other side, we see that there is a big issue with the decentralization and the control over people's data. So we are creating all these products that are, free to use. These peer-to-peer applications are free to use. There is no token. There is nothing, right? There is no blockchain. It's just devices, computers that are talking to each other. Today, I'm using Zoom for this participation. But there is no reason why, we should use Zoom servers in the future, right? So our devices, especially in areas that are far from data centers, are well capable of interacting between each other without the need of passing through central servers. And in Latin America, imagine how this will improve the speed of communication and the reliability of communications, because passing through data centers doesn't help anyone apart the big tech companies. And in Latin America, the concentration of data centers is not that great compared to Europe and US, for example, and Asia. So if we can also improve the communication infrastructure, providing peer-to-peer technologies to Latin America, I think that is the way to go. So imagine a future where with all these tools, from one side you have easier access to financial services, more democratic access to financial services. So instant transactions, right? Control over your own wealth with Bitcoin. Then you have mining at a country level where you can improve the wealth of the country itself, you reusing or reinvesting the excess of energy in actual mining and production of Bitcoin so that they can be sold to create additional infrastructure like hospitals, like schools, streets, and so on, and education, of course. And then the third one is more robust, more, more robust, more secure, and efficient communication systems. I think this is what the countries of the future will look like, right? Less depending from centralized infrastructures that can be banking, that can be data centers, that can be cloud providers, and more relying on the actual content, actual work in all the senses, from financial work, proof of work, of course, and interaction as in work, right, between people. All that could dramatically improve the quality of the lives in Latin America and the rest of the emerging markets. So another important aspect that I would like to talk about is the usage of at least when I think to Tether, right? I know that I am sure that many of you come from the Bitcoin world. You are coming from the mining world, right? So when we propose Tether, and this is something that I want to explain because it just makes sense, right? So Tether is not a replacement for Bitcoin, and that is one of the examples and one of the messages that we are giving to all the countries we operate in, right? Just the fact that we have Tether doesn't mean that we have that Tether is a better, we consider Tether a better product than Bitcoin. So Tether is definitely no Bitcoin. Tether is a centralized stablecoin, and any centralized stablecoin that is solid relies on strong banking and relies on working with the law enforcement. So also all these factors are quite important when you explain also the usage of Tether in emerging markets, right? Because it's important to distinguish the value of Tether, that is just $1 on a blockchain, right? Tether was created in 2014 to be simply $1 on a blockchain, to move faster dollars at the same pace as the Bitcoin, at the same pace of Bitcoin, basically. And then instead, Bitcoin is that immutable, strong, unique monetary infrastructure that will never find another opponent as strong, as secure, as important. So I think that I'm not sure if we are supposed to, because I know that I had only 20 minutes, so I'm just making sure that I'm not going over time. Well, I guess no. So let me also talk a little bit of what we are doing in terms of education. So as some of you know, we have been also instituting a collaboration between a country, El Salvador, and a city called Lugano in Switzerland. One of the interesting aspects of what we are doing is that in order for the Bitcoin industry to succeed, we we need proper education. We need to explain why what we are doing is so important. But it cannot be confusing. It cannot be a message that is full of different, hundreds or thousands of different cryptocurrencies, and cannot be a message that is, all full of NFTs to me, right? So I'm not denying the utility of certain blockchains or other aspects, but I think what is mandatory, is extremely important when we talk with, for example, El Salvador, that we remind them that of the importance of giving to their citizens something that is extremely solid, something that cannot be changed, something that won't be won't no one can ever change, right? So I think that there is a unique proposition in Bitcoin, and so that's why, as you may see, Tether is actually a part, of course, supporting Tether, its own stablecoin, Tether USDT, is also focusing on the messaging of, making sure that we actually give the right tools to the right people, and we can only do that if we create the right education. So we in El Salvador invested in sponsoring initiatives like Mi Primero Bitcoin. We are setting up, hopefully in early next year, early 2023. We are setting up new courses for students in El Salvador, and we hope that we can bring these courses also outside of El Salvador, right? In Switzerland, for example, as I said, we formed a partnership between El Salvador and, or we helped to form a partnership between El Salvador and Lugano, so that the experiences that have been created in one place, so in El Salvador, for example, can be reused in Lugano and vice versa. So we had in Lugano an experience with 100 students. So the experience was called Summer School. We had Adam Beck, we had many people in the Bitcoin industry coming to teach themselves to the students. Imagine if we could do, once per year, sessions of education from the most important spokesperson in the world, right? I believe that this is the one of the things that I'm honestly more proud of. When we are able to import education, when we are able to create education from the inside of the country, then we are going to we are going to see this country succeed. So I really thank you very much for listening to me today. I know that again, this is a few interesting days. The industry is in a difficult situation, but I hope that we can meet all together in Latin America, eventually in all the conferences, in all the public events, all the educational events that we are going to do to spread the message about how important is what we are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paolo. Thank you so much for your speech. Next, we will have our head of marketing, X Meilin. Oh, thank you, Paolo. Yeah. Thank you. Next, we will have our head of marketing, X Meilin, to give her speech on POW Now to the Future. Let's welcome X Meilin on the stage.
Hello everyone, thanks for attending this summit, and also thanks for the greatest speech by my friend Paulo from Tether. In this bear market, organizations like Tether always play an important. Okay, sure. In this bear market, organizations like Tether always play important roles. And I'm really looking forward to do more cooperation with Tether in the future. Today, I was still talking about POW, the proof of work, a similar speech theme I presented in the last WDMS. So I'm the girl who always talks about the proof of work in Bitman. My boss even named me the POW Queen, and I particularly love this nickname. The first time I know about proof of work is related to Bitcoin and Bitcoin white paper. But actually, proof of work, first invented by two professors in 1993 to prevent junk mails. So in the beginning, the concept of proof of work means people will work hard for worthful things and will pay something for worthful things. The restraint on behaviors depend not only on morality and take them for granted, but also on a set of effective systems and governance. What is a good and effective system? Very easy. It should punish evil and promote kindness, and make people can govern themselves. In the Bitcoin blockchain, those who want to do more calculations to verify the transactions will have more possibility to earn more block rewards. Then they would love to do more transactions, more calculations, and verify more transactions to secure the whole network. Do the calculations to secure the network. The mining is sometimes very expensive because you need to buy some hardwares, but it pays back. You work harder for worthful things, you get more worthful things back. Then I want to talk about energy and POW. I don't really like this topic. There are some criticisms that mining always wastes energy and is harmful to the environment. I totally don't understand. Because Bitcoin mining only consumes less than 0.2% of the world's energy. Less than the video games, I think. Why are you guys still playing video games like Dota or Minecraft? Why don't you stop playing games? But gradually, these criticisms do really trouble the whole mining industry. And this could put you all lose your job. Seriously. Think about the mining ban in New York. Some people do lose jobs for that. And my friend Kyle from Foundry, he will talk more about this in the afternoon. So take it seriously. Bitcoin mining is just like your drive an electricity car. It consumes only electricity or some water, but it doesn't have any emissions. No CO2. People see a Tesla and say, wow, that's a cool and clean car. Only consumes electricity and no CO2. But when they see miners, they say, whoa, what a bad machine. Only consumes electricity and no CO2. Does it make sense? My friends, fight back against these wrong ideas with me and defend ourselves. However, sometimes these criticisms are not all bad. Our industry is more and more turning to clean energy. It's really a good thing. Clean energy is usually located in remote and sometimes very poor areas. It's hard to be directly utilized and will be wasted a lot during the electricity transmission, like hydropower and geothermal. But mining can directly utilize the energy efficiently and create revenue to contribute to the local community. And more interesting things, mining can even reduce the CO2. Our customer, Crusoe, I'm not sure you're here, but I know you come to this summit. They're working on mining technologies that can use the electricity generated by flare gas, reduce the CO2 emissions, and bring revenue and investment to this industry and reduce more CO2. From Crusoe website, I see the number about emission reduced is about 67%. That's a huge number. Now go back to Bitman. We are a devoted POW builder. We always produce the best blockchain servers to provide a stable server and hardware support to the POW ecosystem. Bitman is devoted to POW education, research donation, ESG, community activities, and community donations with a lot of partners and friends. There is an old saying, virtuous people always have friends. Now I will announce excellent news here. Bitman, is a devoted POW builder working on the POW ecosystem, including Ethereum Classic, Litecoin, and some others. And we are exploring cooperation opportunities with Tether. I believe the cooperation with Tether will be more purpose in the future. And also, BitMan is looking for more friends and partners to work with us to build the POW ecosystem. Because we couldn't do these things by ourselves. No one can do that. You know, if you have any interest on that, please contact me. I even attached my email here. Okay, you know, the cooperations with Tether is about the whole POW ecosystem, not only mining. When we talk about the ecosystem, POW ecosystem, we need to pay more attention to the POW blockchain itself. Because first, there is POW blockchain, then there is mining. Blockchain does improve human civilizations. Some blockchains choose POW, some choose others. But I support POW because it's more decentralized, secure, and censorship resistant. POW is a real blockchain. All other old systems, like banks, I think to some extent are proof of stake, POS, yeah. Thus, we decided to do something interesting to support more POW blockchains. Then it comes to ETC Grand Style. What is ETC Grand Style? It's easy and simple. It's a non-profit organization composed of Ethereum Classic builders and POW believers. It's a DAO giving free grants to ETC developers, free grants. You know, the total DAO treasury is now $10 million, half is USDT, half is ETC. We just bought some Ethereum Classic from the market and put them in a super awesome wallet. Which wallet do we use? My friend Bob from ETC Cooperative will let you know later. And as for BitMan, we are the initiator and sponsor of ETC Grand Style. What do we want to do? The background is the Ethereum merge. Some POW supporters from Ethereum community are very sad. They think choosing proof of stake is sometimes, you know, makes people like traitor. Just like a dragon slayer eventually become an evil dragon. And some miners and mining companies are very sad too, because instantly they lose jobs and can't feed their families. I'm just kidding. Then we start thinking, we need to do something. Then we find Ethereum Classic, the same Turing-complete smart blockchain as Ethereum, and all developers from Ethereum community can go to Ethereum Classic very easily. You know, Turing-complete. So we want to give grants to the Ethereum Classic developers and help the infrastructure and finally build Ethereum Classic into a top-level smart blockchain based on the POW consensus with high security, decentralization, and censorship resistance. The governance would be very easy, of community, by community, and for community. The DAO decision committee is composed of 5 standing seats, you know, from the initial donors and community contributors, and 2 rotating seats will quarterly rotated by TVL. Now we have BitMan, Ampool, and also ETC Cooperative. But no one would decide everything. ETC Grand Style invites all developers and POW believers to run for the decision committee. Actually, we really want to do something, but we need friends. We need every one of you. It's very important. You need to take it serious. As I said, first POW blockchain, then mining. Without POW blockchain, all of you will lose your job, seriously. Also, we welcome all developers to apply for grants from the ETC Grand Style directly. Here are the Twitter, website, and our contact email. Also, we will welcome you to donate to us. You just need to donate a little money. We will do the hard jobs. And last is the surprise. The surprise shows how we will support Ethereum Classic. We will try our best to support Ethereum Classic, every one of you. Now, all customers buying miners and containers from BitMan's official website and paying online with Ethereum Classic will instantly enjoy a 5% discount during the event. You know, the event starts now, and when will it end? Who knows? Maybe 10 years later, maybe next week, I don't know either. So buy miners with Ethereum Classic now as soon as possible. 5% discount, it's a huge money. And at last, the vision of the Ethereum Classic, decentralization, security, censorship resistance. We will build Ethereum Classic into an Earth computer in Web3. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, X-Maylin. Speaking of ETC, next we will have Bob Somerville. He is the Executive Director of ETC Cooperative, and he will give us an overview about ETC and ETC Cooperative. Welcome, Joseph. Oh, sorry, welcome. Bob, I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? I don't know that I need to talk, really. I think it's done, right? So hi, I'm Bob Somerville. I'm the Executive Director of the ETC Cooperative. I'm originally from the UK, live in Canada now, and I met my wife on crypto Twitter. So if anybody's looking for love, I recommend Twitter. Where are we? So yeah, ETC is the top proof of work smart contract platform today. Woo! And how did that happen? Whoa! This is slow. Can we take it back one? Don't know if anyone has some override capability here. Right, so have you got a different one maybe? Yeah. So yeah, how did that come about? Well, for a long time, Ethereum has been planning a transition to proof of stake. It was actually part of the white paper at the very beginning. Talk at the time of that perhaps happening as early as 2015, but it ended up taking 8 years. Sometimes it takes a long time to make changes. So the transition, which was called the merge, happened this September. And it was the merge because it was the bringing together of two separate chains. The Beacon chain, which is the new proof of stake consensus chain, came to life in 2020 and was running in parallel with the existing proof of work chain. Just coming to internal consensus, but not having any transactions, the transactions continuing on the main chain. Anyway, as of September, the merge occurred where those two chains were merged together and proof of work mining on Ethereum was disabled. Now that, of course, was very impactful given the size of Ethereum's proof of work. You know, a giant amount of hash rate there, second only to Bitcoin. So this is what happened for Ethereum Classic at the time of the merge. It was a gigantic spike in hash rate. You know, it was around a 10x at the time, dropped down to maybe a 6x or a little more. But that's all-time hash on ETC. As you can see, we're in a very, very different place than we were only a couple of months ago. I've had to update this slide several times over the last few days. But yeah, this is where ETC sits in terms of market cap and in terms of daily block rewards. So, you know, Bitcoin, as we all know, dwarfs everything. Doge is doing fantastically well. Memes, obviously, still enough to sustain market cap and, you know, and mining rewards there. And then we have Litecoin and an ETC, you know, fairly similar in size, and then things drop down, you know, very rapidly. And the thing worthy of note here is that on this slide of the top 8 proof of work chains, ETC is the only smart contract platform. And of course, ETC is very compatible with Ethereum. You know, we take the majority of changes from Ethereum unless they're in conflict with the fixed monetary policy that there is for ETC, or anything else which is really intervening on the ledger itself. So yeah, I mean, you know, what's important? You know, well, it all started with Bitcoin, and a lot of the rationale for the whole of blockchain really came from the path that Bitcoin set. You know, that really you are generating a hash rate secured, immutable ledger for transactions that allow us all to interact in a voluntary manner without any single third party having the ability to interfere with that. And those fundamentals sometimes seem to get a little bit forgotten on some of the newer chains, but not on ETC. People have often explained ETC as Bitcoin philosophy married with Ethereum technology. So, you know, the basis of ETC are very simple. You know, it's decentralized, unmutable, unstoppable. And unstoppable is a really key piece. And that really is talking about censorship resistant. That nobody should have the ability to stop or censor transactions if people, you know, wish to make those transactions. And more than transactions, obviously, with a smart contract platform, you really have a basis for decentralized applications. You know, you can think of ETC as a platform, you know, like the web, like mobile, you know, like Android, iOS, Windows. You really have a platform here for building applications. And those applications should run as designed for decades. That's the goal. This clicker is not my friend. Oh, there we go. Something that's happened recently, which is really the top of the news, is the Tornado Cash situation. So for anyone who's unaware, a couple of months ago, the US applied sanctions against Tornado Cash. So Tornado Cash is a mixer. So it's a mixer run on the Ethereum mainnet and used by many people for mixing. Why? Privacy. Everyone has the right to privacy. And, you know, many people, before doing some particular transaction to use their coins, wish to anonymize those so they can't be traced back to them, not for any kind of tax evasion purposes or anything. It's just the fundamental right to privacy as to your financial transactions. Anyway, what happened with the Tornado Cash sanctioning was that for the first time, a smart contract was sanctioned. This has obviously never happened before. Normally, sanctions are applied against individuals or legal entities. So, for example, US persons cannot do business with Iranian companies or individuals. You know, that's blanket banned. Or the other thing you'd see is, you know, sanctions against, you know, the head of a certain bank or government officials and so on. But what happened here for the first time was sanctions applied against code. So what's happened as a result of this is that a whole load of normal users have got caught up in a move intended to target, you know, basically money laundering, or you know, it was North Korea. You know, North Korea were using this, so everyone else got caught up in it. But what happens there is, because those sanctions are so broadly applied, anybody who's used that mixer in the past is now targeted. Also, some joker decided that because you have the Ethereum name service, you know, where you see bobsomwheel.eth or what have you, because all of those names were public, some joker decided to dust everybody. basically every well-known person got dusted, and so was sanctioned. You had DeFi projects inserting that blacklisting into their front ends. So that was the first stage. Stage 2, which has happened post-merge, is that the block producers, who are the stakers, many of those are using custodial services for that staking. So, for example, deposit your Ether in Coinbase. Coinbase run the staking service. You receive a yield on that. But the problem is, many of those legal entities are US-based legal entities. So they have to comply with sanctions. So this is what's happened. As of several days ago, 72% of blocks on Ethereum are being censored now. They're being actively censored. So what that means is you may have coins which once went through a mixer, and because they went through that mixer, they're now tainted, and those transactions will not be included in blocks. That's actively happening. You know, that 72% of those blocks being produced as of a few days ago are filtering out transactions based on this over-broadly applied sanctions enforcement. And that number is just growing. And it's just a fingertip away from 100% censorship, in that the block production at the moment is only applying that filtering on the block itself that they are generating. But very easily, those block producers could choose to say, we will not build on top of blocks which are not compliant. And they will orphan non-filtered blocks. And then you have a situation where effectively the whole system is captured and has become a tool of the US government. You know, this is the absolute polar opposite of where we started. And I can't move it back. Anyway, can we move it forward? Whoa, yes. Anyway, ETC is certainly not seeking to follow that pattern. And I think really this is where proof of work is so important. It is the best means that we have of decentralization, of block production. You can move very easily between mining pools in a way which you cannot move between staking pools. So proof of work is hugely important for that means. It is key really that the systems we build here are globally usable by everyone, for all of humanity. And, the second you start censoring or allowing control from particular entities, you've lost the whole essence of it. So that's why proof of work is so important for ETC and for us all. So yes, following up from Xmay's fantastic presentation earlier, I'm proud to announce that we now have the safe, formerly Gnosis Safe, multi-sig available on ETC mainnet. Now, for anyone who's not aware of this, unlike Bitcoin, where there's built-in multi-sig on-chain, for Ethereum, there are many multi-sig solutions. They've been built using smart contracts. The downside of that is you can have bugs in the smart contracts, and there have been a number of instances of failure, but Gnosis Safe is battle-tested, many years of use, and it is absolutely the de facto standard. So we now have an instance of that live on ETC. Well, an instance at least of the web front end, because you don't have single instances of multi-sigs. You know, you have as many multi-sigs as people create. So what you have here is basically a web front end which allows you to create and interact with safe multi-sigs. And the first users of that multi-sig are the Ethereum grants funds. So yes, as of several days ago, our friends at Bitmain and Antpool exchanged half of the funds that were pledged at the previous WDMS for ETC ecosystem. So half of those were converted into ETC, which is held in a multi-sig wallet on the mainnet, which is just fantastic because it's a real show of faith in this solution. You know, it's not toy amounts. We have significant funds held using that technology, which very soon will be deployed for our new grants program. So yes, I would very much like to thank Antpool. So this is Leon, CEO of Antpool, for all of their help and support of ETC. It's fantastic to see. You know, we're now in a position with Ethereum having moved to the other side of really having a great place for the security within ETC, now as the largest Ethash family chain, ASIC secured and ready to go. Okay, thanks everyone, and have a pleasant day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Next up is Alan Austin. He is the Managing Director at Litecoin Foundation, and he will be talking about the development of Litecoin. Let's welcome Alan.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you to Bitmain for the opportunity to be here. Very much appreciate being able to talk about Litecoin today for a couple of reasons. You know, we're at a proof of work and mining related conference, and there's a lot of conversations about mining and investments and energy use and, you know, facilities and those things. But the other side of it is the coins that are being mined and really, you know, having a good understanding of what's happening on that side, because these investments that we're making in mining and stuff aren't just for tomorrow, they're for the longer term. And, you know, many years from now, we're talking about, you know, investments of thousands, hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars. So it's really important to know that whatever you're mining is not only going to be around, but ideally is going to continue to grow in adoption and do very well for you financially, and you know, and make a great return on your investment as well. So with that in mind, I just wanted to share some basic metrics and a little bit about Litecoin and where things are at today. I'm hopeful that you'll find almost all the metrics that we're looking at, price aside for a moment, which I think is the case with a lot of things, very encouraging. So just briefly though, so I'm the Managing Director at Litecoin Foundation. Most people understand the difference, but just for clarity, so Litecoin Foundation is a nonprofit organization. I've found that sometimes people come into the space and they think that Litecoin Foundation owns Litecoin the same way that like a company would own their stock, but as we know, Litecoin is a decentralized cryptocurrency, where Litecoin Foundation is actually a centralized organization, and we are driven, we've been around since 2017, we are primarily driven by donations, and our role is to help see adoption with Litecoin through a variety of ways: development, education, tools, partnerships, and things of that nature. So, but I think it's important to kind of understand the differences when we're talking about the two. So with that in mind, just first briefly, I just want to talk about, very briefly, the properties of what good money are and how Litecoin fits those properties. Because really that's what we're trying to achieve, is Litecoin to be the best money possible. I mean, and that's the start. So these are kind of some of the key elements or properties of what good money would be. Fast and easy to spend, low fees to spend, low cost to store, irreversible and censorship transactions are limited, or supply, money being scarce, and then being fungible. In terms of fast and easy, I think that's fairly straightforward. And this with Litecoin, there's a variety. There's no shortage of ways you could spend Litecoin, from you know, wallet apps to, we have Visa debit cards now, to gift cards, to speed into other different applications. I even, you know, have my debit card on my watch, and it literally stores Litecoin until I'm ready to spend it. So that's pretty easy. And it's also very inexpensive to spend Litecoin. So this is kind of a chart showing the fees, but and obviously they fluctuate, but on average, it's literally about a penny to spend Litecoin. So it's incredibly cheap, and you could obviously send it across the world very easily. It's also very cheap to store, unlike a lot of other assets. Like we think about gold and other things, it's much more expensive. There's a variety of ways we can store our crypto, which I also think is really important as part of the mining proposal when you're looking at your mining and how you're storing your Bitcoin. Your funds are very important, but obviously there's cold wallets, there's hot wallets, seed keys. You could even store it. You literally store your seed keys in your head and just travel the world that way. I mean, we've come a long way. It's pretty incredible. The next thing would be irreversible and censorship transactions. So this is really important when it comes to money. Basically, when you spend something, you don't want that transaction reversed because you've already paid for something and that person has already received the money. So it's very important that doesn't happen when it comes to money. And it's also important that nobody is able to tell you what you can or can't do with your own money. So Litecoin, I'm going to get a little bit in more detail about the hash rate and how merge mining has benefited with Litecoin in terms of hashing. But right now the hash rate is over 500 terahashes, which keep in mind we can't compare this hash rate to Bitcoin because we're talking about different algorithms. But it's very high. It would cost like hundreds of millions of dollars to attack and overrun the network. So that really helps prevent transactions from being reversed and changed. Litecoin also has a limited supply, 84 million, of which about 85+% are circulating and another 15% remaining. The next halving will be due next year. And then the last thing I want to talk about, which is very important to sound money, is fungibility. So the idea of fungibility is that one unit of a money is equal to another unit of money. For example, excuse me. I have 5 bills here. They're all $100 pesos, right? Every single one of these should be exactly equal to the other. No matter which one I spend, I should be able to get the same amount of goods. Just like if you have these exact same bills, you should be able to. Your money should be no different than my money. That's extremely important when it comes to money, and that's right now currently a problem with Bitcoin and some cryptocurrencies that's because there's a public blockchain, right? There's a transaction history. So what that means is that if a store wanted to or exchange wanted to, they could technically decide that some coin came, from, even if it was well before when you received that coin, it was maybe they decided it was used for some, bad transaction or whatever, and basically block that transaction or block, accepting that crypto. And that's not good for money when it comes to money. And that may have happened well before you even received that Bitcoin. So what we've done just recently is released a optional privacy layer on top of Litecoin. It's a very basic opt-in privacy layer, but what it does is it provides people a basic level of privacy concerning your finances. And it does this by concealing 3 things. It conceals the the sender address, the receiver address, and the amount of money being spent. And this kind of tackles 2 different things at the same time. One is it helps with fungibility, and the second is it really helps protect, guard, and safeguard users, businesses, and your finances. And this is a very basic level. If you think about it, this is no different than what we already have in traditional payments, right? So when you go to pay with a credit card and you go to a store, nobody knows how much is in your bank account. When you go to pay with cash, people don't know how much is in your wallet. This is a level of privacy you already have in traditional finance, and there's no reason we shouldn't have it here. It's always a bit of a balance of how much privacy when we were looking at pushing this out and having miners approve it, because the more privacy, there's a trade-off with usability and ease of use. So we kind of found that this is sort of that nice, walks that fine line where it's not fully private, but it's private enough. And I'm going to steal a couple slides that, so Charlie Lee did a presentation at our summit a few weeks ago, and I'm stealing a few slides from him as well, but I think he gives a good analogy of what MWeb would be. So if Litecoin was a house, this would be Litecoin and Bitcoin without that privacy layer, right? You're living in a glass house, fully transparent. Everybody can see. On the flip side, if you have too much privacy, it would be something like Monero, right? Which obviously it doesn't seem very desirable. It's also harder to use because of that. Where Litecoin with this, again, it's optional web layer is sort of like a house with windows, right? You have the windows open, but when you want to close them, you can have a little bit of privacy. You can close the drapes. You can open them back up when you need to. Doesn't mean you're doing anything bad. Most of us want privacy sometimes in our lives. I don't think most of us want to walk around telling everybody we meet, our balances and other things. So it sort of walks that fine line, but does give some protections and stuff. So That was just released somewhat recently. Again, it's an optional layer. It's very easy to use by sending to this privacy layer and then sending right back to the main chain. But we believe it kind of was the missing piece of like sound money, and that's what we just recently released. So I think with that said, Litecoin really checks off all the boxes of properties of good money. And with that said, I just wanted to go over a few of the metrics that we've seen in terms of adoption, which I think are very encouraging in general. So first off we'll talk about network security, market cap and liquidity, merchant support, and then currency usage. This is a chart that shows kind of 4-year gaps from 14 to 2018, and then we'll see where we're at today. So just in 4 years from 14 to 18, we saw about a 200x in terms of hash rate and network security. This is the latest chart. And so I think we briefly talked about Litecoin at the moment is over, I think it's about 530, 540 terahash. So one of the things that happened around 2014 is the merge with Dogecoin. And because of that, the hash rate, went up significantly. And now, since then, they've kind of been working together in hash in terms of, in kind of lockstep and have similar hash rates because most people that are mining are doing merge mining. One of the great benefits of this as a miner is that you're pretty much doing the same amount of work, but you're getting more than twice the benefit, right? So it's to use an analogy, it's like like one security guard maybe protecting 2 houses. And that's why you'll notice if you look at some of the mining machines out there right now, like the L7 or some of the Litecoin miners, I think you'll find that if you run the numbers dollar for dollar, some of those are actually even more profitable than some of the other Bitcoin miners and stuff. And I think this will likely, could likely continue, and it's certainly something to consider when somebody's building out a facility and they're looking to diversify and enhance their profitability. I think these are things that are definitely worth looking at. So this way, I think looking at these metrics and kind of the direction things are going are really important on that level. This is just another chart kind of showing more of a recent chart. Yes, there's some spikes, but the trend is we've reached new all-time highs in terms of hash rate because of the merge mining. And just to kind of go over what merge mining is, again, it's the Litecoin and Dogecoin now sharing the security of the network. They're sharing the security budget. Together, they dominate the script mining algorithm. And, again, the hash rate is much higher. So in terms of rewards right now, and again, this is kind of a moving target too, as Bob just mentioned earlier. I had to change this and, from last week. And of course, now it's back up a little bit. But the amount of money that in rewards is really a good, okay, I've got to speed this up a little bit. So it's really a good measure of the security on the network. Right now, you have a Litecoin about 400,000 a day and then another million a day in Dogecoin. So, but the big benefit is you're getting rewards from both. And there's also tail emission from Dogecoin, meaning the rewards go on forever. So this will be an interesting kind of test in terms of security to see, because there's some debates about if fees alone will be good or not. But we'll see what happens there. I need to really speed this up, I guess I'm going too slow. But in terms of market cap and exchange liquidity, pretty much the same over the last several years. In terms of merchant support, though, this is only a small fraction of our merchants, but it continues to grow. One particular one I'd like to point out is BitPay, though. Since Litecoin, BitPay is like the largest payment crypto processor, I believe, in the world. Since Litecoin was added to BitPay, it's quickly grown to the number 2 spot below Bitcoin. It now represents over 25% of the total transactions, which is really huge because this is actual payments. It's more than Dogecoin and even Ether combined. So we're really excited to see this. And then lastly, as far as currency usage, this shows a transaction chart of usage of Bitcoin compared to Litecoin, where a while back, Litecoin was just a small percentage of Bitcoin, but now Litecoin transactions per day represent almost half of the amount of transactions Bitcoin do. So we're seeing a tremendous growth in terms of adoption and usage there. The same with how much is being sent in USD. It's now about $1 billion, so we've seen significant growth. And then active addresses as well, which is a good proxy for how many people are using the network as people generate new addresses. Again, continued growth up and to the right. And then lastly, block size. So block size, Litecoin has 1 megabyte blocks. There's still a lot of room. The blocks are slightly fuller, but we still have, on average, about 80 kilobyte blocks, so lots of room there. I do want to talk about accessibility and brand awareness really quickly. Litecoin's very easy to get into in terms of it's on every major exchange. PayPal adopted it as one of only 4 cryptocurrencies last year. It's on Robinhood, gift cards. You can buy it through websites. One of the interesting things is ATMs. This is a chart I just pulled today of all the ATMs supported worldwide. Litecoin sits at number 2 below Bitcoin and significantly above several others. It currently has over 31,000 ATMs right now around the world that support Litecoin. So that's really huge and great to see. In terms of brand awareness, meaning how many people know about it through mainstream media and other ways. So I don't know if anybody's whenever you watch MSNBC, CNBC, Fox, Bloomberg, you'll notice that they're almost always showing Litecoin as one of the few tickers. And one of the reasons is Litecoin's time tested. It's been around for over 11 years. And that's right now something to really be said in the space because we've seen a lot of companies come and go. We've also were official crypto of the Miami Dolphins, worked with UFC. And recently there's a mini series where on Last Light on Peacock NBC where somebody received their Litecoin through a Light wallet, which is a wallet we've developed. So there's a lot of things in terms of brand awareness. We continue to believe that'll grow. And then lastly, one way that'll grow is through the foundation. And the foundation, as I mentioned, is basically to support the growth and adoption of Litecoin. And we do this a variety of ways through development, partnerships, education. I won't have time to get into all the details, but just to point out a couple of quick things. Obviously, we have social media channels, and they continue to grow, so we push things there. We do an annual event, in-person event, which is great for educating and bringing people together in person. We were happy to have Antpool as our title sponsor, and Bitmain involved as our title sponsor at this last summit a few weeks ago. The Litecoin Visa debit card, which I believe I just mentioned, this is the card here, where you literally can store your Litecoin in Litecoin value until you're ready to spend, which is great. So now you can use it anywhere merchants accept Visa. Just another way we can push adoption through one of our partnerships. And then LTC Labs, so we recently formed a partnership with Antpool. So Antpool's generously agreed to donate half of their funds to a LTC Labs organization. And together we'll vote with Antpool on how to use those funds. And the idea is we'll be voting to use those funds towards projects that help grow the Litecoin ecosystem. So we're excited about the opportunities ahead there. And then lastly, this is huge for us. So we've been registered as a Singapore entity. Just earlier this year, we set up a US entity. And we're happy to announce we just received recognition by the IRS as a 501c3. So for anybody who doesn't know what that means that US donations, people donating from the US, can now write off their donations on their federal taxes. And this is huge because the far majority of our revenue is driven by donations. So this will be, I think, something really positive for us. Last but not least, and I'll wrap it up this way, if somebody were to ask me just one question regarding proof of work and why proof of work, this would be my very simple answer. In the last 11 plus years, Litecoin has had absolutely zero downtime. It's the longest uninterrupted uptime in crypto. And when it comes to money, zero downtime means everything. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Have a great time.
Before we continue, here comes the very exciting lucky draw of our second prize winners. We will have the names rolling on the screens. When the presenter, X Mei Lin, says stop, the name that shows on the screen wins. But the winner has to be present. But this time, we do have a backup plan, so get prepared. Okay, so let's.
Mr.
If you're
Fong?
here, stand up. Even now, we're just gonna keep rolling. Okay, keep
Yeah,
rolling.
you lose your manners. What a pity.
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling. Then
Stop. All of the house. Kamalov.
cannot pronounce that name, but if you're here,
I'm here.
stand up.
Oh, sorry, you lose your manner.
Okay, keep rolling.
Stop. 薄脆. Oh, sorry, you lose your manner.
Let's just keep rolling.
Keep
till
rolling.
The end of the day.
Yeah. Stop. Stop. Colton Houseman. Ah, minors. Stop. Sam? Whoa! Lucky guy. Lucky guy. Yeah, come on, Sam.
Okay, keep rolling, please.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yeah. Stop. Jia Liangyuan. Are you there? Okay, keep rolling. Stop. Ah, Ekateria Popova.
Okay, I don't, wait, okay. Just keep rolling, it's fine.
Keep rolling.
We have all the time in the world.
Stop. Oh, you again?
What is this guy?
You are the most, you're the luckiest and the most, bad luck guy.
Call that name? Do you want to call the... Maybe you got different luck. Yeah, do it. Try it.
Oh, you try.
You try it.
Stop.
Oh, Song Tian. You want to give it to her?
Call her.
Okay, so is she the winner? Okay. Okay, we have the second winner. The third
she's
one.
also the
Okay, we only have 2 seconds. Two winners. So it's him and Song Tian. Okay, you can give an introduction of her, for her.
Song Tian, I think is the most famous Asian NFT artist in the whole world. And he got the most higher price NFT trade value. Yeah, I think in the whole Asian.
Okay, let's...
So looking forward to her speech this afternoon.
Yeah. So let's give Sam, our winner, who is present. You can give an introduction. You have... Yeah.
Gotcha. This one? No.
Yeah, this
Okay.
one.
So hi, my name is Sam Copeland. I am VP of Sales for Naviair. We are a Bitcoin mining company. We provide consulting services. We also have miner management software that if anybody's interested, we would love to provide a demo for anyone who wants to have a little bit more granular look at what each individual miner is doing. So, thank you.
Great. Okay. Let's go in the middle. They give you all the spotlight. That was as intense as yesterday. Okay, so next, we have a very much anticipated speaker, Jens Wishers. He is an OG Dogecoin Foundation veteran, Foundation Legal and Governance. He will be talking about the accidental cryptocurrency, Dogecoin, and where it might go next. Unfortunately, he cannot be here with us today because of COVID, but he is on Zoom. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Yes?
Open your mic, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you say hi to the audience?
Hello, everyone.
Okay, you can start your presentation now. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. It's a pleasure to speak to you here at the World Digital Mining Summit, if regrettably only remotely. My name is Jens Wishers. I've been part of the Dogecoin community and project since pretty much its earliest days in 2013, participating in helping and organizing many of its earliest fundraisers for both fun and for charity. So for sending the Jamaican bobsled team to the Sochi Winter Olympics in 2014, and putting a smiling Shiba Inu on a race car, but also to finance dog shelters, training for service animals, and building groundwater wells in Kenya. And back in 2014, I think very few in the community and and even among the people who were the developers of Dogecoin, imagined that Dogecoin would still be going strong in 2022, let alone that it would be as strong as it is right now. Dogecoin has been repeatedly called the second most recognized name in cryptocurrency in the world. And now, after the merge of Ethereum, is the second largest proof of work cryptocurrency after Bitcoin. It has currently the sixth highest market cap among all cryptocurrencies if you exclude stablecoins that are pegged to some fiat currency. The reason why no one could really have imagined Dogecoin enduring as much as it has is kind of obvious, but perhaps deceptively so. Because Dogecoin started as a joke, and money, whether Bitcoin or real money generally, is serious business. Well, or is it? So, as almost all good answers, that answer is a little bit complicated. And while I usually start with the more fun no part of this reply, given the recent events, I kind of restructured this a little bit, revisited that decision, and would like to start with the yes part. Yes, money is serious business, and handling the money of others, whether as custodians or merely facilitating its transfer, its trade, its exchange, comes with a heavy responsibility, a responsibility that a big part of the cryptocurrency industry has often treated cavalierly or failed at, and where all our aspirations to the contrary, we've not necessarily been better at than traditional regulated financial institutions and the financial services industry. We may aspire to put the keys to financial freedom and independence into the hands of everyone, but at the same time, that does not necessarily absolve us of all responsibility, especially when we try to re-implement what traditional financial institutions have done for years or decades or centuries. When we build centralized exchanges or when we build innovative payment platforms, we still have to think about the security of users and their funds. And much like the open source software movement and community, I think cryptocurrency does need to reckon with the responsibility its great success does bring with it. Like the open source community, we may not have a legal responsibility for this, but I think we do have a moral responsibility to at least consider this. And if we enable people to use a new kind of money, then to help them use this in an accessible way that gives them the power to use it safely. I recognize that this sounds incredibly ironic coming from someone who's with the Dogecoin Foundation, a foundation which was recently reestablished of a meme coin, a joke, a cryptocurrency that has regrettably seen its fair share of being pumped and dumped. But this is also where the no part to my question comes in. No, money on the internet is not just serious business. Sometimes money happens by accident or funny coincidence. The reason Dogecoin originally took hold on Reddit and Twitter was that while it was money, it was very quickly something you could buy and sell and which had a monetary value attached to it. It was very much removed from the seriousness and the libertarian philosophical favor with which the Bitcoin community held itself at the time, and the other cryptocurrency communities also held themselves. It was a funny looking dog on a coin. It was worth fractions of a cent, if that. And so people started having fun. They started throwing spare change at each other over the internet. Of course, even tipping cryptocurrency wasn't novel back in December 2013. People have been doing that with Bitcoin for a year plus. But the friendliness of Dogecoin and the welcoming community that quickly formed around this dog on a coin attracted a very kind a very different kind of person than Bitcoin and the other cryptocurrencies. And so a very vibrant and diverse community was spawned. Many tiny businesses that basically sold tiny services to each other, where people accepted tips for tiny friendly gestures, for selling small artworks, for selling just little favors to each other, and just having fun, rewarding comments, and just building a community and connection with each other. Long before businesses, celebrities, musicians, and ultimately tech entrepreneurs took a real interest. It enabled everyday people to start experimenting with cryptocurrency quickly, safely, and very, very cheaply. It was personable, creating connections between those people and creating a shared experience that wasn't seen as an investment, but mostly as a fun exchange of fractions of a cent that were inconsequential, but nevertheless rewarding. It brought people together with both the financial and technical background to develop cryptocurrency, but also others who just liked the Doge meme, who just liked having fun, who drew pictures, who were sports fans, etc. A lot of projects have since tried to build and improve on what made Dogecoin a success in the first place, but Dogecoin has outlived them all. And a part of that is luck, but a part of that is also that the ethos behind Dogecoin and how it came about and how it has been maintained has been very different from most other cryptocurrencies, especially most of the younger crypto projects that were founded in the last 3 to 4 years. None of the founders or developers of Dogecoin really got rich off of Dogecoin. None of us really held huge amounts of Dogecoin because we never expected it to go to a cent even or half a cent even. And that very much created a different kind of incentive for the people who stayed with it during the times where interest in Dogecoin waned from 2016 to 2020, before it was picked up again by the likes of Elon Musk and other famous people who suddenly found this funny dog with a coin with a dog on it and adopted it as their own, showed it to the world again, and showed it the usefulness that it could have. And so when we then revived the Dogecoin Foundation in 2021, we recognized that the resurgence of attention and success of Dogecoin warranted the creation of something that was a little different than most of the cryptocurrency foundations that otherwise had sprung up in the interim. Not just because we simply wouldn't have had the money to build the kind of cryptocurrency foundation that you can build if you have an ICO or I'm not sure whether
Okay, I think we have encountered some technical issues. So let's just welcome the next guest. Next, we have Joseph Armenio, Ergo Foundation Director, and he will be talking about Ergo as an open source economy. He will not be here with us today, and let's just enjoy a video.
Welcome, everybody, to the Ergo portion of the World Digital Mining Summit. I want to thank the event hosts for putting this together for everybody. It takes a lot of work to make these things run smoothly. So let's talk about Ergo. Ergo is designed after the initial assumptions of Bitcoin. We do use the extended UTXO model, which is a continuation of UTXO that many of you may be familiar with, or unspent transaction outputs. One thing that Bitcoin did incredibly well was to create this global, unstoppable P2P money. What Ergo seeks to do is to continue that, but add programmability on top of UTXO, ultimately building an open source economy. My name is Joseph Arminio. I'm one of the directors at the Ergo Foundation. Our goal is to maintain the core protocol, work with the community in terms of features and functionality. We also do work with external partners, such as exchanges, in terms of growing the Ergo ecosystem. Ergo was a no pre-mine project. The Ergo Foundation itself was funded via smart contract that was programmed into the initial emission. What that looked like was, for a period of time, when miners would hit a block, a part of that reward would go to the Ergo Foundation wallet, which is on-chain and transparent. And we received a total of a little over 4.5% of the total emissions. The goal in that was to model after the amount that it's assumed that Satoshi mined of Bitcoin. So what makes Ergo unique? It all starts with the guard script. Every UTXO has a guard script that must compile to true in order to execute, or to move from a unspent transaction to a spent transaction. Now, we have what's called registers in our blocks that allow you to verify specific conditions that can be built into a type of smart contract. It's different than what you see in EVM. From a high level, if you wanted to understand how that works, you could look at it as a finite state machine, or let's call it a assembly plant. You have a car that will go through an assembly line and hit different processes where you may have one function added, and then it moves down the line, another function added. And we get into this process that we call multi-stage verification, to where you move through a series of boxes. Every time you hit a new step in the contract logic, you need to work with the guard script and compile it to true in order for it to proceed to the next step. What this allows us to do is to use more of a functional model in terms of assembling logic, and it creates very refined logic in terms of how each step of the contract progresses. It's our belief that this programmable model leads to more secure smart contracts, because you have essentially each stage specifically designed for a certain step. Now, this is a new smart contract model. If you look at the academic paper, multi-stage verification and extended UTXO, you'll see the name Alex Chirpanor. That is our core developer. So we have been working since our mainnet launch in 2019 to build and refine the functionality that's possible in extended UTXO. It's been a process. Our core team is very much committed to having everything transparent, open source. And as the foundation, we kind of function as a research and development firm in terms of extended UTXO. We will put out frameworks that are open source, and we've attracted developers that will come and use those, potentially commercialize them, build their own applications, their own programs. And our goal is to simply build a cookbook, all open source, in terms of how to build on Ergo. We've been quite successful in this venture. We have led the creation of the first decentralized applications in extended UTXO. We have a stablecoin framework called SIGUSD that has been live on our chain for about a year and a half. It's stayed pegged to $1. We were the first to release a decentralized exchange in extended UTXO. We have a pretty novel Oracle framework that allows for participants on our chain to create a type of Oracle that's a little bit unique compared to many that exist in our space. Most are point-to-point, meaning they will grab data from some external source and port it to a blockchain. What we do is we use multiple parties to aggregate data to try to eliminate bad actors. We were also the first extended UTXO blockchain to release native assets, which do function very similar to ERG. It's not something that is controlled by some external smart contract. We were the first to create an auction house framework that allowed users to bid on specific native assets. And we also created staking contracts that allowed projects to build on our chain and create their own emission. Now, long term, the goal of Ergo is to act as a settlement layer, meaning we already have a few layer 2 solutions that have been built and implemented on our blockchain. One of which is Plasma, which is currently live in 2 or 3 applications. We also do support a sidechain framework, and we are working on building ways to compress the base chain to allow for ultralight clients. What that looks like is checkpointing. In proof of work, every once in a while you throw out a block that has an extra 0. It's a random phenomenon. We kind of use that as a checkpoint mechanism, which allows us to compress the chain and sync the UTXO set much more rapidly than a conventional node. Now, as an ecosystem, we're seeing a lot of development. We do have a website. Those of you that are on your phone or have a laptop around, you may want to pull up sigmaverse.io. That is a community curated and run website that acts as a portal to all of the different applications, tools that are built on top of our network. Now, that's a representation of what the Ergo network is about: open source development and community development. Most of what you will see on this page was not built by us. It was built by developers around the world. Certainly many of them used the initial research development cookbooks that we've put together in terms of building on Ergo. But our goal is to just build tools. We pass those tools on to the community, and the community itself ultimately will build value. Many people will look at a blockchain and, from a base layer, the average person really can't tell the difference one to the other. Maybe one's a little faster, maybe one's a little slower. But when you get into functionality, that's really where Ergo shines. So far, we have really seen an explosion of development over the last year. We throw multiple hackathon events where the community comes together. We pick a topic and we discuss and build potential solutions that address that topic. Our last hackathon was specific to mining. We had a variety of miner-based tools that came out or are actively in development that simply improve the miner experience, improve functionality, and we are working on a research project in terms of a new layer 2 solution that potentially builds on what mining pools are capable of. Now, we have a lot of unique features that we've built from the ground up, specifically with DeFi in mind. One of which is called Babel fees. It's a strange name. It comes from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the movie. You could potentially take a fish, put it in your ear, and then it was like a universal translator. Well, one consequence of extended UTXO is we can create a box system that allows for frictionless fees. That's something that many of you may have run into in the past on Ethereum, where we had this notion of gas. And so if you overextended yourself on a trade, you needed to go back, purchase the ETH asset to pay the gas fee in order to execute transactions. What Babel fees do is they live in the background, and they allow you to use swaps to frictionlessly pay for execution. So you could overextend yourself on a trade, and that's okay. You can simply use a Babel box in the background where a user will not even recognize it. So they'll sell a small portion of their asset. It'll be converted to ERG. That ERG will then go and pay miners for the transaction fee. We also have created a novel framework called data inputs, which are non-consumable UTXOs. What they do is they act as a mechanism to collect data on chain. Now, that's very useful for oracles, or potentially other data that may be needed or wanted to receive inputs from the external environment. We've been working on a distributed Oracle framework that allows us to spin up multiple oracles with distributed trust assumptions. Right now, we do exist in an industry where there is a lot of point-to-point data transfers and oracles that really break down to someone selling you, this is good data, right? And it's just not ideal for trust assumptions. What distribution does is it allows you to potentially have a malicious hacker that if they do post data that's incorrect, number one, they're subject to a penalty, but it also will average out if it's beyond a certain range from the average. So it gives us a certain protection because Oracle hacks have been quite common in DeFi. Now, one of the most unique things that Oracle or Ergo does support is Sigma protocols. We currently support Schnorr, which is active in Bitcoin. So all of the research and development that goes into how Bitcoin can potentially update itself and be programmable, we can learn from. That's a huge data resource for us. Now, Bitcoin itself does have a tendency to move quite slow. Some would say it's a little bit glacial in terms of updating. Maybe that's a benefit. That's hard to hash out, but it certainly gives us an advantage in terms of the research that's done around that protocol. We also support the Duffy-Hellman Truple, which allows us to create ring signatures on chain. That is a proof of common knowledge that is built into the core protocol. So that actually can be extended to applications where you can have applications that have privacy features. Because we are extended UTXO or UTXO base, if a transaction fails, it doesn't come at a cost because transactions are either spent or unspent, right? It's like pregnant or not pregnant. So when something fails, it simply doesn't execute. That has the advantage where when you have a failed transaction on other chains, oftentimes the cost of that can be prohibitive. We have a lot of research and development that has been happening in terms of proof of work itself. Currently, we are the only blockchain that is running a smart pool, which was born from a research paper on Ethereum, where what if we could put the share structure of a mining pool on chain? It creates a level of transparency that currently does not exist in our industry. It also creates a lot of flexibility in terms of new features, new functionalities. We currently have the ability to mine native assets. We could mine wrapped assets. That mining power simply requires a smart contract swap on the back end, and every asset on top of Ergo, even NFTs, become potentially mineable, which opens an entire new area to explore in terms of economic incentives. And we also have this concept of storage rent. Now, what that does is it makes Ergo a asset that cannot be destroyed, cannot be lost, right? If you lose your keys to an Ergo, over time it will be recycled back to miners. And for us, there's kind of an outstanding question of, let's say, the long-term viability of the economic incentive of proof of work, right? What happens to, let's say, Bitcoin after the emission either disappears or is low enough that it no longer makes sense to mine? So what we do is we recycle dust or outputs that have been small enough that they can't pay to essentially transfer. Those are recycled back to miners. And if I were to lose my keys, over time, miners would be able to recover my Ergo. What that allows is a system with long-term viability. It recycles itself. It's a closed system. That's very different than what currently exists today. And we feel that over the arc of time, that creates a type of sustainability that currently doesn't exist. Now, Ergo itself was built for financial contracts before the word DeFi became sexy. Our goal in terms of being a programmable proof of work blockchain is to create an open, censorship-resistant network that's highly decentralized. And proof of work does a beautiful thing in DeFi that I think is often overlooked. And that is the return from a mined asset is zero. And so what that means as a developer, if I can build a framework that offers a 1% rate of return, people will use it. I'm not competing with some internal market rate like I would in a proof of stake chain, to where, let's say the rate of return is 6%, right? How am I going to build an organic framework that outperforms 6% on a regular basis? That is a huge hurdle that I think many people don't really look at, because ultimately a application or a DeFi primitive is a business in a sense, and to perform against this protocol-induced rate that's, in some cases 8%, 11%, it's just not economically viable. And so what happens is I have to build mechanisms that oftentimes are artificial in order to compete with that internal protocol rate. So having that 0% rate of return in proof of work actually is one of the biggest benefits in using proof of work as the foundation for DeFi. And I do believe that long term, it allows us to build things that can go through a bootstrapping process to where they can build actual value instead of have to instantly perform in ways that just aren't sustainable. Now, we're a very strong community in terms of advocating the power of open source framework. Right? So as a developer, if I can come into an ecosystem and I can see how things work, the barrier of entry to build and participate becomes lower. As a community, we've actually created a type of educational program called Decentralized College. It's a free course that's available on YouTube and Discord, and it allows developers to come in, and even laymen, somebody that's never touched kind of the development front, to come in, learn how the network works, learn about extended UTXO, and we actually have had some people that came in with zero knowledge, completely green, and they've actually ended up building things that people use. So open source builds a mind share, and ultimately that mind share is going to be what fuels success. It fuels innovation. And over time, open source frameworks and software become hardened, right? Sometimes they do fail, sometimes there are issues, but being transparent allows things to be seen and solutions to be found. Now, extended UTXO as an account model does create a notion of local state, which is something that is very useful in building layer 2 solutions. We do have a gasless model. There are computational costs, but they are known. So before I send a transaction, I know the cost of that transaction. And there's not a lot of guesswork in terms of how much I'll need to spend in order to get something to execute. Now, UTXO in general does open up this unique framework where it's very easy to have many inputs moving to a single UTXO, or have one UTXO that actually sends to multiple addresses. So far, our record on the network, I believe, was 15,000 different addresses in a single output, which is pretty amazing to see. So we're still a young blockchain. We're still working on market growth. But in terms of the core technologies and our path of development, I think we're on the right track. We have got a pretty nice future ahead. I know a lot of miners out there are looking at the state of the market post-Ethereum, and it's a little grim, right? There's a ton of workers out there that are competing against each other, and they're driving down wages, and profitability is not great. But I do think over the arc of time, things will consolidate, and ultimately people will see the value of proof of work. Our goal is to build a robust DeFi ecosystem, and we do support contracts beyond DeFi, but I do believe that blockchain itself is most useful in terms of financial applications. That's my personal belief. So our goal is to simply build value, and I appreciate you taking the time to learn a little bit about Ergo. If you want to dive into the ecosystem, you can go to ergoplatform.org. We have a variety of blogs and user materials out there that you can come in, familiarize yourself, educate yourself a little bit, and see if it's for you. So thank you for taking the time to hear me out, and enjoy the summit.
Thank you. So next up is Jane Wu, Managing Director at Nervos Foundation. She will be talking about common knowledge base, past and future. Welcome, Jane.
Hello, everyone. It's glad to be here today, and I want to thank Bitmain for inviting me to this conference, along with great peers working on proof of work. My name is Jane, and I'm with Novus Foundation. Our mission is to support and grow the ecosystem around the common knowledge-based blockchain, which is a proof of work smart contract platform. Before I go any further, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to CKB miners. I met some of you earlier today. Thank you for your contribution in securing our blockchain. I also want to point out that Novus Foundation does not fund any ASIC production or participate in the mining business. We never have, and we never will. There is a conflict of interest, and we stay neutral. What I'm sharing today is not any type of advice, but my observations of how ecosystem grow. So bootstrapping a POW chain has been exciting yet very challenging journey. What is common knowledge base? You probably have seen this picture. Blockchain is a trust machine. When we say we trust Bitcoin, the underlying implication is that we trust the Bitcoin blockchain. It is used to create a trust during the consensus process, where all network participants reach a common agreement about the current state of a blockchain. In this context, common knowledge refers to state verified by a global consensus. So in Bitcoin, a UTXO stores numbers to represent how many Bitcoins you have, and money is the common knowledge stored in the blockchain. If we take this one step further and use an extended UTXO to store and validate more kinds of common knowledge, like digital assets, smart contracts, identities, zero knowledge proof, that's what CKB is trying to do. So the CKB core team have built or contributed to a handful of open source projects since 2014, which include Ethereum enterprise blockchain, wallets called mToken, mining pool, and exchange. In 2018, the core team decided they are ready for a bigger challenge. That's when we started building CKB. And this time, they want to build something differently. So CKB is a smart contract platform, and the scalability of a smart contract platform has always been a problem. The reason we wanted to use a blockchain instead of a database because it's decentralized, permissionless, and secure, not because it's fast. But with more crypto economy activities growing on a blockchain, we want it to be faster so it can compete with existing systems and it can enable more use cases. However, it is not possible to achieve a high level of security, decentralization, and scalability on one single blockchain. So Novus used a layered approach. We have CKB as the foundation of the Novus network. CKB was designed to do less, focus on security and decentralization, with the intent to work well with a number of powerful layer 2s. And layer 2, they can focus on scalability and provide transactions to millions of users as fast as they can. So CKB generates trust and extends the trust to all upper layers. To do this, it must deal with reliable preservation of any data and assets stored on it, which is a big task. So it has to be minimal, flexible, and most importantly, keeping the permissionless nature and be secure. That's basically why we use proof of work. The consensus participation in POW is truly open and permissionless. It's fair and reliable. I'll dive in a bit here. So there's a lot of debate over POW with POS. Both have the risk of leading to monopolization. but long-term monopolization is more difficult in POW, just because it's so competitive, and I bet you have better idea than me. So the fast-changing landscape of regulation, mining equipment, energy access, and pool operation makes it very difficult for one actor to have a monopoly for a long time. But with POS, stakers have less friction and more power to stay in control. Secondly, early participants in POW do not receive any particular advantage over new participants. Miners and mining pools must continue to invest and adapt to win block rewards, but the POS rewards are issued to holders of staked coins. Those who get in first can acquire a percentage of issuance at a relatively low cost and continue to accumulate block rewards at near zero cost. Lastly, it's very reliable. Bitcoin has been running for 14 years, and POW is well battle-tested. So CKB's consensus is called Nakamoto Consensus Max, which is an involved version of Bitcoin's consensus. NC Max can maximize transactions per second and decrease confirmation time. CKB's TPS can reach to 100 to 200. But the key point here is when bandwidth and latency improve in the future, the network capacity can grow as well. So we believe crypto of its origin is to replace the existing system where social trust can be fragile. Blockchain is a trust machine that should be used to create a better system than what we are trying to replace. Not the same, not worse. CKB is one of the very few smart contract platforms that use proof of work. This comes from this belief. A public, permissionless infrastructure has to be as decentralized, secure, and neutral as possible. So, common knowledge base has a quite uncommon situation with ASICs. The mainnet was launched November 2019, and our first ASIC came out 4 months later.
So far, as I'm aware, there are 5 different ASIC manufacturers that have shipped 10 different CKB ASICs. So how does this happen? Firstly, we believe ASICs is inevitable, and in the long term, it's good for the security of the network. So we are not anti-ASIC, and we are not going to change the hash algorithm. Secondly, we use a new hash function called eagle-sum. It takes millions to make a new ASIC. The more complicated the hashing process, the higher the cost, which is not good for small players. Eagle-sum is an extremely simple hash, making the CKB ASIC design a low-hanging fruit, and it lowers the barrier and cost for hardware development. Thirdly, we put quite a lot of efforts in reaching out to miners in early days. So we had 5 rounds of mining competition during our testnet of 5 months. And there were over 10 mining pools supporting CKB when we launched mainnet. So based on the hash rate, we suspect it's already GPU mixed with FPGA mining when we launched mainnet. And then ASIC came out 4 months later. So that's basically like our practice in decentralizing the ASIC production, which I believe is a very important step towards proof of work, towards keeping proof of work with all its benefits relevant for more permissionless consensus participation. Okay, so here we come to the part about mining rewards. CKB, as we said, is initial for the common knowledge-based blockchain. It's also the initial for native token CK byte. One CKB allows an owner to store 1 byte of data on the blockchain, and it's also used to pay transaction fees. So this part could be a talk of its own. I will just briefly introduce what our issuance look like. CKB has a base issuance, like Bitcoin. It halving like every 4 years, and we also have secondary issuance. So when a miner mines a block, they would receive the base issuance and a portion of secondary issuance. The portion is based on state occupation. If half of the CKB in circulation are being used to store state, a miner would receive half of the secondary issuance reward. Whenever space issuance eventually ends, miners will still receive state rent income that is independent of transactions. This design is to make sure miners have incentive in securing the blockchain in the long term. You can find more information about our token distributions on our white paper and also Explorer. So, we have shared some of the design thoughts behind the CKB. What's unique feature that CKB could provide as a smart contract platform to developers? I want to make an analogy here. So the internet today is powered by a suite of interoperable protocols. When users they visit the internet, they browse content, they interact with applications, which are like hosted on different servers and owned by different owners, but the users won't feel anything. However, that is not the case with the blockchain world today. To interact with a dApp, users have to go through the progress of setting up a specific wallet, and applications built on different chains cannot interact with each other easily. CKB made a difference here. Applications that running on CKB is widely accessible to users from other blockchains. For example, on left of screen, Dobit is the decentralized identity on CKB, but users can purchase and manage a Dobit account from Ethereum wallet, Polygon wallet, even a Dogecoin or Bitcoin wallet in the future. That is because CKB is very flexible. The default cryptographic primitives like the hash function and the signature verification algorithm are just smart contracts running in CKB virtual machine. Developers can select the cryptographic primitives in smart contracts by themselves and even use the existing internet infrastructures directly. For example, Apple Passkey allows users to log in, use biometric info instead of passwords. And Join ID is a non-custodial wallet that will support Apple Passkey. It will allow users to create a CKB wallet using Touch ID or Face ID, and they only need to authorize with biometrics when creating transactions or interacting with smart contracts, which is very convenient and safe. So to say, we have this built-in account abstractions in CKB. And because of its flexibility, I believe CKB has a unique position in a multi-chain world today as a hub for connecting users from different blockchains and onboarding Web2 users to Web3. So this year, we have made some remarkable progress. We have our first major protocol upgrade, aka hard fork, after 3 years, and we'll have another mainnet upgrade next year before our first halving. Dobit, the ID that on our layer 1 already has over 60,000 users, unique addresses. And in terms of layer 2, we launched an EVM equivalent layer 2 called Godwalken, which is the first OP rollup running on UTXO chain so that we can onboard Solidity developers. We are about to release a high-performance layer 2 framework with native Cosmos IBC support. We are also actively exploring the new user scenarios on both layer 1 and layer 2s, and the governance tool for distributing the ecosystem fund. Bootstrapping a POW network is never easy, and we are really, really grateful for having an engaging community that shares the same belief with us. Together, we'll continue to build, to learn, to brainstorm, and to grow. So, may the power be with us, and thank you for taking time today. Muchísimas gracias. You can follow our updates on our Twitter account. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. So our big moment is coming up. Justin, our marketing manager at Bitmain, is going to launch Antminer K7, the next generation CKB experience. Welcome, Justin.
Hi guys, are you guys excited for this? So I know we've had a lot of speeches in the morning, but now's the fun part for the new miner. So my presentation today is about Antminer K7, the next generation CKB experience. So let's start off with this product video that we prepared. Enjoy. All right, so Antminer K7. Let me pull up the specifications. Okay, so Antminer K7, if you guys didn't see it in the video, hash rate is 63.5 terahash, power consumption is 3,080 watts, and power efficiency of 48.5 joules per terahash. So we recently released a promo online and Twitter to guess the specifications. If you guess it right, then you'd be one of the lucky winners. Sorry, 1 second. So from this, we're entering a new era of power efficiency. The current market mining equipment used to be from 150x, and now we're moving down to 40x joules per terahash era. So for hash rate as well, it's been improved by over 3 times, so making mining more profitable. So just to talk about CKB, it's a blockchain platform for universal applications. So as Jane mentioned a while ago, testnet launched it in 2019 of November, and the price was $0.009, and at all-time high, it reached $0.43, with a capitalization over $1 billion. So in the future, we could see there's a lot of improvement and a lot of potential in CKB mining. And just as a quick introduction as well, so CKB is a layer 1 in the public blockchain ledger with security, permissionless, and the immutability of nature of Bitcoin, enabling smart contracts. So it's basically a combination of Bitcoin and Ethereum put together. So if you see on the left side of the screen as well, so it also promotes the store of value and other features as being built on layer 1, promoting layer 2 development. So from there, it's backed by POW technology, and then it builds up on layer 2 by adopting different applications for improvement. Yeah. So it also, as Jane mentioned a while ago, it also focuses on the Bitcoin Nakamoto CKB consensus protocol, which improves on Bitcoin Nakamoto consensus. So it helps by increasing the throughput of POW consensus, eliminating the blockchain propagation bottleneck, and mitigating selfish mining attacks. So if you see from the left side of the screen as well, you can see that layer 1 is proof of work, and layer 2 adds many new applications to the technology. So importantly, when talking about K7, is it a good investment? Yes. Is high profitability? Yes. More profits because of this energy efficiency and the increased hash rate. So from there, we improve from R&D development with this technology from Bitmain, we really focus on developing the future, improving ESG, and in mining. So the most important question that we're going to now is, Antminer K7, what is the price? Will be announced after WDMS. So please stay tuned for that. And how will it be sold? We'll be selling it through our official website. So if you keep tuned to our social media in the next few days, we'll be releasing new information, and sales will be done through our official website. So please, everybody, stay excited and and K7 is launching soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, everyone. The morning session is over. You can visit our booth, enjoy the beach, enjoy lunch, and make yourself comfortable. You can follow our hostess to lunch buffet. Our afternoon session is resuming at 2. And don't forget, we have the grand prize of the lucky draw, so be here, please. See you this afternoon.
Fufu, founded in 2020. Our team of founders all worked for Bitmain before. In February 2021, we became strategic partners with Bitmain, allowing AntPool's huge amount users direct access to our platform. In April, we received a strategic investment from Bitmain. Our partnership with Bitmain was provided us with ample miner supplies. Not just that, we also offer bulk discounts on miner prices and low electricity fees for our users. We were able to divide the overall hash rate for a single miner into unit hash rate. We have vastly lowered the entry barrier for all miners. On top of that, we also offer cloud hosting services to professional miners. No more worrying over the nitty-gritty of mine operations. Just enjoy the fruits of your mining output. Finally, we even offer customized mining product solutions for professional institutions. Most of the flagship miners are available on our platform, including S19 Pro for BTC, E9 for ETH, L7 for LTC. Both Bitmain and us are dedicated to launching cutting-edge products all over the world in the foreseeable future. Our mines are built with high standards and managed by teams of professionals. Our miner exhaust ports are equipped with enclosed heat sinks to separate cold and hot air for better circulation. The industrial exhaust fans on the top of heat sinks will blow out hot air while also bringing in cold air due to the change in negative pressure. Our factories are installed with water curtains, which evaporate and absorb the heat to lower the temperature. Reservoirs are built in the mines to recover, purify, and recycle the used water. This way, we are able to save on water resource. Since miners are power intensive, we've installed transformers to ensure a stable power supply. Also, we have chosen high voltage lines to meet the intensive loads. On the network side of things, we use exclusive lines with low latency and high upload configurations. Additionally, we have at least 2 lines as a fail-safe to ensure online connection. Our operation and maintenance teams work in 3 shifts to monitor the factory around the clock 24/7. Temperatures, humidity, power grids, and miners are regularly inspected, so even the tiniest of problems will be acted upon swiftly and fixed immediately. BitFuFu, founded in 2020. Our team of founders all worked for Bitmain before. In February 2021, we became strategic partners with Bitmain, allowing AntPool's huge amount users direct access to our platform. In April, we received a strategic investment from Bitmain. Our partnership with Bitmain was provided us with ample miner supplies. Not just that, we also offer bulk discounts on miner prices and low electricity fees for our users. We were able to divide the overall hash rate for a single miner into unit hash rate. We have vastly lowered the entry barrier for all miners. On top of that, we also offer cloud hosting services to professional miners. No more worrying over the nitty-gritty of mine operations. Just enjoy the fruits of your mining output. Finally, we even offer customized mining product solutions for professional institutions. Most of the flagship miners are available on our platform, including S19 Pro for BTC, E9 for ETH, L7 for LTC. Both Bitmain and us are dedicated to launching cutting-edge products all over the world in the foreseeable future. Our mines are built with high standards and managed by teams of professionals. Our miner exhaust ports are equipped with enclosed heat sinks to separate cold and hot air for better circulation. The industrial exhaust fans on the top of heat sinks will blow out hot air while also bringing in cold air due to the change in negative pressure. Our factories are installed with water curtains, which evaporate and absorb the heat to lower the temperature. Reservoirs are built in the mines to recover, purify, and recycle the used water. This way, we are able to save on water resource. Since miners are power intensive, we've installed transformers to ensure a stable power supply. Also, we have chosen high voltage lines to meet the intensive loads. On the network side of things, we use exclusive lines with low latency and high upload configurations. Additionally, we have at least 2 lines as a fail-safe to ensure online connection. Our operation and maintenance teams work in 3 shifts to monitor the factory around the clock 24/7. Temperatures, humidity, power grids, and miners are regularly inspected, so even the tiniest of problems will be acted upon swiftly and fixed immediately.
Welcome, everyone. I hope you had a chance to relax yourself and walk around. This is our last session of WDMS. Please put your translation headsets on. Channel 1 for English, Channel 2 for Chinese, and Channel 3 for Spanish. If you are hungry, want some snacks, we have prepared them in the hallway outside. So make yourself comfortable and let's get started. First coming up is Paul Steiner. He is the president of the National Commission for Small and Micro Businesses. His topic is very straightforward, Libertad. So let's see what he will share with us. Welcome, Paul.
Hi, good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. Bitmain, it's a tremendous honor to be here. I'm sure people like the South Carolina BitChain and Bitcoin Chamber also had a little bit to do with it. Thank you, Dennis. It's a great opportunity to come and tell a story that isn't often told. You often get different stories being told. Not all of them have the truth that pertains to the story. And so it's a great honor for El Salvador to be able to come and talk to you straight, talk about what we're doing, where we're coming from, where we're going. And one of the things that's most important about that is that we're going to tell you exactly what El Salvador is looking to achieve with Bitcoin, with blockchain, with miners, and what future we envisage for our country. So first of all, let me tell you what's happened in the last 200 years. I've titled the presentation Libertad, liberty, because back in 1821, on the 15th of September, when we had the Proclamation of Independence, the very first act, the very first article says, independence must be immediately publicized to prevent the consequences that would be fearful in the event that it was actually proclaimed by the people themselves. When you let that sink in, you suddenly realize, in actual fact, other people were proclaiming independence for the people. It wasn't the people themselves. And if you look at it, we have a whole history since then when we transferred from the Spanish monarchy over to the Spanish feudal lords, and then from the Spanish feudal lords to the Creole feudal lords. When all the lands were distributed, the landowners were in jail. The real landowners were in jail, so that they wouldn't cause a fuss when the lands were being distributed. This is 1821. In 1932, after the Great Depression, or as a result of the Great Depression, there were tremendous financial problems in the country, and the workers revolted. Well, 32,000 indigenous workers were all massacred as a result of that, because they were in an uprising, because they were claiming workers' rights. And when President Arturo Araujo decided that he was going to do a agrarian reform to redistribute lands and be able to reduce the amount of monopolies in the land control, he was exiled immediately. So that was the moment when we started developing what was, in actual fact, called an oligarchy, where the main landowners controlled the economy. That was as a result of the fact that they owned most of the land, and they used the military to control their governments for them, and therefore protect their interests. And that continued all the way through. We had an interesting statement by the military that said, the democratic opposition could not be allowed to have more spaces than those that the stability of the system tolerated. It's ironically very, very interesting how there's been a cynical control over democracy over the last 200 years. That was in 1948. Now in 1980 to 1990 is what you know El Salvador for, and that's the Civil War. The Civil War was not a fight for independent citizens' rights. It was a fight for power. From one side, they were looking to be included in the power, government power, and the other side, they were looking to keep them out. It wasn't an ideological fight, it was a power fight. And what happened was that the incapacity of the cooperatives, when they did the agrarian reform finally, to manage the lands, destroyed the agriculture. And during all that period, what we found was that the old landlords became the biggest debtors to the banking system because they had lost their land, they couldn't produce, the lands were in the hands of people that couldn't manage the land, and the banks that had recently been nationalized were full of debtors. And the interesting thing about that is that in 1990, when the president Cristiani decided he was going to privatize the banks, he cleaned all of the state banks of all their bad debt, therefore forgiving all the bad debt to the old landlords. He issued bonds to cover that money, cleaned up the banks, and then lent those people, the same people that were the debtors, the landlords, lent them 85% of the money to buy the shares. Even he, at the end of the process, ended up being owner of one of the banks. And that gave them a complete diversification strategy from the point of being landowners to the point of being in charge and owners of the financial system. Great power, even more effective than what they had before. That helped them move into consumer goods. And so what we had was, for 30 years, during the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010s, we had effectively, how can I put it, a business model that exported our best people so that they would send remittances to their families so that their families could consume in the retail outlets of the great capital. Nothing had changed. And, of course, they also controlled the government. Both the right and the left, so-called, controlled both. But then, all of a sudden, in February 3, 2019, after about 2 years, 3 years of having set up a movement called New Ideas behind President Bukele, on the 3rd of February 2019, he received 53% of the vote and became president, broke the bipartisan system completely. Due to COVID in 2020, it became a high priority to save lives. And so he brought forward the entire program of health reform, and we managed to be one of the reference countries for how to manage the pandemic. In September, we had, in September of 2020, we opened up the economy, and it's been buoyant ever since. September 2021, as you all know, September 7th, Bitcoin was declared a national currency. In 150 years of banking, only 29% of the population had been banked or had managed to acquire some sort of banking product. In the first 4 months of Bitcoin, we managed to digitalize over 4 million Salvadorians, 47, almost 50% of the population. And the grand advantage of that is that they were immediately thrust into a new means of managing money. They could manage dollars and crypto in one wallet on their phone, and they could send either of the two with zero commissions. No intermediaries. And that was a tremendous benefit. A lot of people took a lot of advantage of that. And interestingly enough, even the large retail outlets took tremendous advantage of that. But slowly but surely, that second legal currency has been setting itself up and establishing itself as a means, a way of life for Salvador, and we're starting to get a lot of tourism that responds to that, thanks to that. Just to give you an example, in 2021, we had an increase of 10.3% of gross domestic product, 52% increase in tourism, 7% increase in employment, 12% new businesses created, 17% increase in exports. We had 19% increases in energy production, 37% internal revenue, 3,300% in energy exports. We suddenly became a surplus energy producer and a 95% reduction in crime. So far this year, well, in 2015, we had over 25 homicides a day. We were the world's most dangerous country. This year, we have got less than 1 homicide per day average, and that is continuing. But it's not just homicides. The extortion that used to be caused by the gangs, that's disappeared. So the man on the street has got more liquidity. He's able to invest in his own business. He's able to use it to acquire better quality of life. And so we're starting to get a tremendous improvement, slow but sure, in quality of life. That's been 200 years of Bitcoin. But it's left the economy this way. If this is the breakdown of the population in order of acquisitive power, 2% of the population have the highest, and 32% of the population have the lowest. And they buy, each of these groups buy in a different segment of the economy. Some buy in supermarkets, high streets and malls, bazaars, even down to street vendors. If you now look at it from a point of view of percentage of people, you're saying a few segments are purchased from by a very few, and the more popular segments are purchased from by the large numbers. In terms of the pyramid of entrepreneurs or businessmen in the country, you're talking about 992 large companies, 1,600 medium companies, around about 17,000 small companies, 270,000 micro companies, and around about 840,000 one-man bands. That's the structure of the economy in El Salvador. So it's a very, very pulverized economy. And remember, of course, 97% of those are small and micro companies, of which 95% are subsistence related. So the primary goal is to make sure that we empower that 97% of businessmen, because they will improve the quality of life of that 72% of the population. That's the formula that we're working on. And one of the things that's a paradigm that we're trying to change is before the economy and finances, the people and the environment were at the service of the economy and finances. The paradigm we're trying to change is we're trying to put the economy and finances at the service of the people and the environment to be able to make that change, to be able to make that transformation. And the president has been extremely effective in his implementation of Plan Cuscatlan, which is our government plan. The health service focused on prevention and quality of treatment for all, and we managed to bring the entire transformation program for the health service to the beginning of his 5-year period. Education is in process, and there's a complete educational reform taking place, of which Bitcoin education is a key element. Security, well, we've talked about that. I think we can probably say that's a major achievement. Suffice it to say, El Salvador, based on the numbers today, is the safest country in the whole of the American continent. Economic well-being is where we're at right now. That's our main priority. And that economic well-being needs to be based on the development, not only of a better quality of life for the people, but understanding what creates that is creating opportunities for them. One of the things that I bring to this conference is an invitation for you to consider mining in El Salvador as a clear opportunity, not only to make a good deal of money for yourselves, but also to partake in a project that's going to make a complete transformation of a nation take place. I'll talk to you a bit about that in a couple of seconds. I want to show you where Bitcoin comes into the blockchain come into the entire strategy. Obviously, education is a key issue. Financial inclusion is probably the most important of all those issues. Creation of employment is super important. E-commerce and finance, and of course, sustainability and integrity. This was the 15th of September of this year.
Fue diferente. Ahora somos independientes y sentimos la libertad. Hay un aire distinto. Esto nunca se había visto. Hoy nos sentimos orgullosos de cómo nuestro país está cambiando. Nos tomó 2 siglos llegar hasta aquí. Por primera vez en nuestra historia, el camino que El Salvador tiene es el correcto. Ese camino debe continuar. Al fin vivimos en libertad y paz. Así celebramos nuestra verdadera independencia.
This was a video produced by the president as a result of the 15th of September independence celebrations. For the first time in over 200 years, 201 to be exact, because in 2021 to 2022 was the celebration. It's the first time we've actually been able to say we're free. We're free to make our own choices. We're free to make our own movements, free to make our own deals, and free to set our own future. And that future's been set with a view to being at the front of technology, of the front of policies, at the front of strategies. And one of those strategies is the concept of Bitcoin, because it's going to give us the ability to leap forward into the introduction of technology into everything that happens in El Salvador. That's already starting to happen. More and more, we're starting to see digitalized procedures and paperwork and so on. Now, the key to that is, how do we make sure that this has sustainability and continuity? And the only way for that to happen is for the initial part of creating a Bitcoin to be based in El Salvador. You guys are at the beginning of that value chain. And really, we're talking about tremendous opportunities for Bitcoin miners to start establishing their positions in El Salvador. We have over 150 volcanoes at your service with geothermal energy in every single one of them. We have a tremendous amount of opportunities for solar generation. We also have, and this is an opportunity that's available straight away, public-private ventures between municipalities and Bitcoin miners for the creation of energy locally. If you can imagine a concept of applying waste-to-energy technology to the production of Bitcoin mining, of energy for Bitcoin mining, but you don't have to pay for the waste-to-energy conversion because that money is already being spent by the municipality. So you become a net energy producer as well as a net energy consumer for which you pay no money. Right now, the strategic position of miners, I don't wish to teach grandmother to suck eggs. You guys know your business much better than me. But as a business strategist, I know that your role in the model of the Bitcoin value chain is constantly on a margin, under margin pressure. The halving is shortly away. That's a tremendous pressure on margin. The cost of energy everywhere in the world is going up. That's another tremendous pressure on margin. And luckily, technology is getting cheaper as we go along, but with geopolitical problems, that's getting complicated too. But what we do have is the ability to start working that value chain backwards and diversifying the mining investment to also include the generation of energy. Generation of energy from waste that will end up in a landfill. If we divert that energy, that waste from going to the landfill, we save a fortune for the municipality, and we get that totally free of charge to produce that energy. Investment CapEx is about $1 million per megawatt. It's not a tremendously big CapEx, and it pays itself in 2 to 3 years. So it's not a long-term cost payback. But the big advantage is your carbon signature and improvement in the country is immediate. And of course, we can start taking all the landfills and using them as a supply chain for that same energy. So much so that we've got the ability to start transforming a problem into a tremendously profitable opportunity. I'm going to leave it there because I think all I need to do right now with you guys is to sow a seed. We've got a tremendous amount of opportunities, and I didn't come here to prepare a case for an investment. I came here to invite you to visit El Salvador. And the objective is to make sure that you come, get to know El Salvador, understand what we're up to, and fall in love with paradise, just like most of the other Bitcoin investors do when they come to El Salvador. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. That was a very interesting presentation. Now I want to visit El Salvador now. Next up is Kyle Schnips. He is the Director of Public Policy at Foundry, and he will share with us the story of Bitcoin under attack and the lesson he learned from New York. Welcome, Kyle.
Well, now that we've heard about a government that is very accepting of our industry, I'm here to tell you about the governments that maybe are not so accepting. Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Schneps. I'm Director of Public Policy at Foundry. I'm honored to be here today to share a bit about the challenges our industry is facing in terms of public policy, some of the lessons we've learned in our public policy fight in New York, and perhaps some ways that we as an industry can fight back. A quick fact about me. So my younger days, I was a classical scholar, which means I studied a lot of ancient civilizations, dead languages, dead people. And so I wanted to, over the course of this past 14 months of fighting this battle in New York, my thoughts often went to a historical figure that I wanted to share a bit about today. So in ancient Athens during the early 5th century BCE, a common man rose to power. He was influential in the military and in the burgeoning democracy at the time. And he was known then as now as the founder of the Athenian Navy. And his name was Themistocles. So now you're saying to yourself, okay, great, but why the hell are we talking about Themistocles at a mining conference? Well, Themistocles is most remembered now for having a visionary insight into what the future held and preparing his country for future attacks. His greatest public achievement is as follows. So on the outskirts of Athens back at this time, there was a great silver mine that was found in the earth. And this brought the Athenians a lot of wealth, but because it was during a time of burgeoning democracy, all of this silver came into the public domain. And thus there was a lot of discussion and arguments and bickering and debate about what the Athenians should do with this newfound wealth. Some factions wanted to save the money, some factions wanted to invest in infrastructure within the city, some wanted to let each Athenian take home their share to do with what they will. But Themistocles had a different idea. He wanted to invest in the most recent, the most modern technological ship there was, which you can see there at the bottom. It's called a trireme. And this at the time was a cutting-edge military weapon. And there was still a lot of debate, and so they sent an emissary, the Athenians did, to the oracle at Delphi. And the oracle at Delphi said to this emissary, you must invest all your newfound wealth in a great wooden wall. And so the emissary brought this message back to the Athenians and said, we need to invest in a great wooden wall. And Themistocles convinced everybody that this great wooden wall was not an actual wall, but it was a metaphor for all these wooden triremes that would be on the sea and protect them. And of course, lo and behold, after they invested in this fleet, some years later, the Persian army, the Persian navy and the Persian army attacked far bigger force, and the Athenians were able to fend off this attack. This investment not only led to them being able to fend off attacks, but also it led to them being able to have the technology, these ships, to dominate the Mediterranean for centuries afterwards in terms of trade. So now that you've heard this little anecdote, you're saying, okay, great, that's really interesting, but what the hell does it have to do with this mining conference? Well, because we in the crypto mining industry need to learn from Themistocles. Bitcoin miners around the world are under attack by much larger forces than ourselves. Governments, special interest groups, international organizations, activists have spent decades implementing energy policies that are devastating for the average citizen, and this is starting to become apparent. And this winter, we are going to see a lot of attacks on Bitcoin mining because of the high energy prices that are coming. So a lot of these politicians are willing to do anything and blame any industry that puts the blame off of themselves. So for instance, The Guardian estimates that 2/3 of British citizens will be in energy poverty this winter. That means they're going to spend most of their salaries on heating their homes and driving their cars. Reuters reported that 82% of German businesses feel that they may be under threat of collapsing this winter because of energy prices. We've all seen the mass protests and political rebellions that have occurred across the world the past 2 years due to high energy prices that result in high cost of living. And I assure you, the politicians and the groups that are responsible for implementing these energy policies are going to be looking for anybody to blame but themselves, and we will see that this winter. And so I'm presenting now that we need to learn from ancient Athens and Themistocles and start preparing ourselves. We need to start building our own quote-unquote great wooden wall of public policy defense that will also allow us to develop offensive techniques as well when we're dealing with politics in the United States and all over the world. So we've spent at Foundry and the larger DCG family, we've spent well over the 12, 13, 14 months battling in legislation in New York State that sought to ban Bitcoin mining. There may be a lot of you that have not followed this, so I'll just tell you quickly that what happened is there was a very hyper-local issue in upstate New York where folks were upset about a power plant. They were upset about this power plant before it was even mining Bitcoin. But once they started to get activist organizations involved, ESG lobbyists involved, it started to snowball. And then politicians started to see an opportunity, and then the media got involved, and it went from being a very hyper-localized issue to a statewide blanket ban. And so one of the lessons we need to learn from this is we need to know our enemy in terms of public policy. So our enemy, in this sense, our adversary, is a small group of ESG lobbyists and activists that are paid a lot of money to propagate false narratives about the mining industry. And note, this is not in everybody who cares about the environment. There's a huge overlap between people who care about the environment and people who care about Bitcoin and other proof-of-work cryptocurrencies. But there are a small group of folks who are highly paid to create the FUD around our industry. We also have to take note of the trend of politicians. For instance, in New York, we had a very unknown freshman politician who saw an opportunity to get a lot of media attention from attacking Bitcoin, attacking proof of work mining, and jumped on this and was able to get a lot of media attention as a result of this. And so we have to be wary of politicians that are willing to make our industry a platform for themselves. We also have to ask ourselves, well, why are we targets in the first place? Why us, right? We all know we use 0.2% of global energy, but why is it blown out of proportion? Well, the answer is that our industry is completely misunderstood. And therefore, it's easy to attack, and it's easy, unfortunately, to scapegoat. And our value proposition's not yet woven into the fabric of society. And so that's some of the things that we need to change. And it brings us to lesson number 2 that we learned in New York, which is we need to know our value. We can't spend all of our time on defense, and we'll get into this later, but the things that we do bring, yes, we do use energy, and we use it for the following things that we can bring to your constituency, Mr. Politician. We bring jobs. We are the fastest, one of the fastest growing industries around, especially during the bull market. We bring a lot of jobs to your district. Renewable energy, we have to focus and tell folks, especially left-leaning ones, that we are able to incentivize renewables, right? And then perhaps most importantly, financial empowerment. In the United States, communities of color have a double-digit percentage lead on investment in cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin as white populations. And so this has a lot of impact for politicians who are representative of those communities and don't really know what their investments profile is. Lesson 3, focus on offense. In this industry, we have spent a lot of time defending our use of energy. And it is necessary to contextualize our energy use compared to other industries in an apple-to-apple way. But it's also good to go on offense and try to use our social value proposition to build allies. And so one great example of doing this is in New York, based on the financial empowerment and inclusion data that we have and that we spoke to politicians, we were able to build great partnerships with the Black, Hispanic, and Asian caucus within the New York State Assembly. And they've become great allies that will continue to work with us in the future. We want to focus policymakers' attention on the egalitarian principles that proof of work brings. As somebody who's spoken to a lot of lawmakers, both in Washington, D.C. and in New York and elsewhere, one of the biggest questions I get, and you probably all have heard this at some point, is, well, why don't you just switch to proof of stake? That'll fix it all, right? Then we won't have a headache about energy. Well, we have to be able to explain, one, that's not possible, and we have to be able to explain why. What is the value of proof of work? And one of the values that gets through to policymakers is the more egalitarian nature of proof of work, right? Miners are earning rewards and they are selling back into a market, as opposed to sometimes on the proof of stake side risking the early investors or creators holding most of the coins that they then earn most of the rewards on. And then we also want to collaborate with fellow miners. Public policy is an aspect of this industry that is non-competitive. This is something we can be transparent and work together in terms of trying to advance our narrative and staying on message. And that brings me to my last point that I hope you can take away is, please be proactive and not reactive in policy. In this industry, we have a history of letting legislation happen to us. Right? We're going about our business, and one day we find out there's a bill, and then we scramble, and we're trying to throw money at anybody who says they can make the problem go away. And so it's more expensive in the long term to just wait and allow things to happen to you. So get ahead of legislation, dedicate staff or somebody who's already on staff to public policy, to pay attention to this stuff, to try to make inroads. If you don't have the means to do that, reach out to companies like Foundry that have dedicated staff for this, that maybe you can participate, maybe you can merge resources. Work with friendly politicians, right? We have friendly politicians that like the industry. They're growing, and as the generational shift happens, we'll see more and more. But these friendly politicians are willing to create legislation with us, right? Instead of letting our enemies create the legislation and we have to fight against it, we should be creating our own. And then join industry coalitions if you can. This creates a united front. It puts a lot more backing towards what our messaging is, and it also condenses our messaging and makes it more unified. And that's something that we can learn from Themistocles. Let's create that great wooden wall of public policy, so to speak. And then rally labor unions. In New York, that was a real advantage that we have, which was that we were able to rally and partner with the biggest labor unions in New York State. And those can always be advantageous politically. So I would urge you to, wherever you are operating, build those relationships. And so to start to conclude, I wanted to just tell you some of the results. We can't claim some huge success in New York. The bill still did pass, but we did make a lot of inroads and have some successes. We went from a proposed 3-year blanket ban to 2 years, and we narrowed the scope from banning all mining in the state to just a ban on behind-the-meter mining that is at power plants. We made so many relationships within the legislature that it required legislative leaders to step in at the last minute, literally a few minutes before the session ended, just to pass this. And the bill now has passed the legislature and is currently residing with the governor of New York. It's unclear if she will sign it. It's probably likely she will. But it did serve to not only water down this bill in a way that made it much less impactful, but our public policy efforts managed to unite the industry in New York. It managed to unite somewhat the industry as a whole, just because it was this direct threat. But I will say that we will see challenges like this again. There is an opportunity for any politician to try to use our industry as a springboard of attack and for attention. And so I would urge you to take some of these points home with you, and please reach out to us at Foundry if you have questions on public policy, if you're looking to merge ideas or perhaps need some tips. But thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Next, we have two very special guests, Nick and Fred. They like to call themselves two of the sexiest men in the mining industry. So let's check them out.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me say I hope you all having a great time at the World Digital Mining Summit. And I hope you had fun last night. And thank you for choosing to be here to see us instead of laying on the beach. Little bit introduce myself. My name is Fred. I'm a business development right now at Bitmain team. And here's a picture of me before crypto. I'll find one after. And today I have the honor to invite my friend Nick D'Amico, VP and CTO of Bit Patagonia.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Nick has a lot of experience with mining in South America. He's been featured in many medias, such as Compass Mining did a host podcast with him. I can say he's an expert on it. And Nick, would you like to give some background about Bit Patagonia and their operation?
Absolutely. We've been mining in southern Argentina and Patagonia in Tierra del Fuego since 2017. So basically, we've been around for a few cycles, working with politicians, working with local governments, and basically learning the trade and seeing how to get politicians on our side, a little bit how Foundry has been doing, but locally in South America.
Today we'll be talking about mining in Latin America. That's just one reason I want to bring Nick, instead of offering my own opinion and I guess a perspective from Bitmain. we would like someone from actually being on the field, in the ground, and working with the local miners there as well to add their expertise. For the past September and October, I had the chance to visit Argentina and Paraguay in South America and
part of South America.
Part of South America. I had a great hospitality from a lot of miners here, which I've seen. There's the South Spit team, there's the Penguin team, and also obviously the Big Patagonia team. And why don't we start with a little bit of a background of the whole cryptocurrency situation in Latin America. So in recent years, there has been a strong interest in adoption of cryptocurrencies there. Latin America right now is consistently captured between 8 to 10% of the global cryptocurrency activity. These are mostly retail activities, which are ones we'll call less than $10,000 movement. So a lot of transactions being going through, you can see not as an institutional level, not as a trading level, but on more like kind of like a day-to-day in people's daily life.
Absolutely. To add a little bit of input to that, basically in South America, there's a lot of inflation. The local currencies aren't very stable. So a lot of companies and people use it to conserve value and to save in cryptocurrencies.
Yep. And I think three key part about the cryptocurrency environment right now in South America. First one, like we just mentioned, there's a high crypto adoption rate. When I was in Argentina, I see people using this as their part of their day-to-day life. There's cafes taking Bitcoin, and people take it as a former choice of like salary as a payment. Nick, I want to ask you, it's like, what other ways you see like crypto right now placing a role in like kind of like people's day-to-day life, except those?
Absolutely, not just for payment. Like I said before, with inflation, people don't really save in the local currency. Before, one of the ways that they had of saving in Argentina, it's a phrase to save dollars and put them underneath your bed. That obviously isn't the best idea. If it floods, you lost it, and even the dollar has inflation, so it's worth less and less every day. Luckily, with Bitcoin, that doesn't happen, except these recent days. So, in terms of that, savings is definitely an option, and international commerce, sometimes it requires a lot of paperwork, so it gave a lot of people options to be able to transfer and to, instead of doing wire frauds, using crypto to send money internationally.
Yep. And also, it's very interesting parts. When we talk to a lot of miners in Latin America, it's one thing really interesting is a lot of people have mining background with GPUs.
Absolutely. To add on to that, people, instead of saving in dollars or saving in crypto, they wanted a flow of income constantly. And obviously, the obvious choice to them was GPU mining, given that it's pretty easy to build, to keep at home, and it's not as noisy as having ASIC miners at home. So there was a huge adoption of GPU miners with the recent switch from proof of work to proof of stake. That hasn't been very good for them, but it does give the opportunity for them to switch over to another proof of work miner.
Yep. And the other part, I think, in the whole ecosystem, there's more and more we see in DeFi and fintech projects being developed in South America. I think one of the reasons is, I guess from the World Bank data, there's not very accessible, large of like coverage from the traditional financial service. So cryptocurrency offer people alternative way in order to communicate and doing day-to-day transactions.
Exactly. Mutual funds, CDs, and traditional ways of conserving value weren't very efficient in South America. So DeFi gives a huge opportunity to that.
And now we'll go in to talk about current state of mining in the Latin America. And today we'll briefly talk about three countries that we want to present. One's El Salvador, Paraguay, Argentina. We probably won't be covering a lot of things because there's so much information. You need to go there to see it. But these are just some recent movements and some of the things we see that I think will be interesting to every miners who are interested in going there. Well, obviously, we'll have to start with El Salvador, our very good friends. I think this is no news to everyone that the companies utilizing their rich volcanic geothermal energy to mine Bitcoin. And this whole huge project of the Bitcoin city is building around it. That's a very exciting news in the industry. And so, Nick, I was wondering, like, what's your thoughts on this? Because clearly this is, I think...
In terms of El Salvador, we're very happy. Right now, I think it's a proof of concept, so it's interesting to see how it's playing out, and we're very anxious to start seeing miners down in El Salvador with geothermal and green and renewable power.
I think you touched on the renewable power part, and that's one thing I think I see in the South America that gets me most excited. I mean, this whole industry right now, we can see people are start adapting more and more renewable energy. How do we have the sustainable mining operations? I think it's gonna be a key part of the future growth plan. But South America, it's not a lack of potential on that part, I'm sure.
Absolutely. In terms of renewable, South America has a very large push on renewable powers. El Salvador is leading with geothermal, and there's a ton of potential for wind. We're gonna see a little further forward in the presentation for wind power, hydroelectric, and solar.
Now we go to your favorite country.
Favorite country?
Yeah, so recently, I mean, Argentina, there's some very exciting news. So we can see the YPF, which is Argentina's state-owned company. They're officially moving into crypto mining, providing energies with their rich flare gas in the southern region. And not only YPF, Pampa, which I believe is also the energy provider for Bit Patagonia.
Correct, Pampa is an energy provider for Bit Patagonia for recent expansions.
And there's endless potential we see in Argentina, and right now on the line there's 700 megawatts of wind power in the Patagonia region also being constructed. And right now we have 3 of our very good friends from Bit Farms, Bit Patagonia, and Southbit are currently deploying in Argentina. And I think the three big advantage Argentina brings. First of all, obviously we touched on the abundance of energy. You got the world's second largest gas deposit right there, and also the huge wind potential and the solar potential in the northern region, and the suitable climate. I think this one you can speak more on, since that's one of the reasons I think why you guys chose Ushuaia.
Yes, exactly. We're at the southernmost city in the world, Ushuaia. It's right on the edge of the South American continent. Back in the day, with air cooling, it made 100% sense to get the most temperate or the coldest client and the coldest average possible client that we could get in Argentina. So the obvious choice was Ushuaia and Rio Grande, where it's our second and bigger data center. Today, with hydro cooling and immersion cooling, doesn't really affect the bottom line that much, but we're still pushing for cooler climates to avoid spending electricity on cooling solutions.
And right now, I know Argentina's government's very foreign investment friendly. I think this cryptocurrency also offers, I think, an investor alternative way to how to invest in this country and provide a different approach.
Absolutely. Argentina is a very industrial country, and it's always looking for international investors. It exports grains, electronics, and other prime materials. And when it comes to crypto mining, to be completely transparent, the biggest issue might be importing, but with the right partner and the right paperwork, it's something that could be easily taken care of.
Next, we go to Paraguay. When we talk about Paraguay, I think one of the most important part is that's just all renewable energy in that country. I don't know if people are familiar with mining situations in Paraguay. Actually, I see a lot of Paraguayan miners come into this conference. If you talk to them, the most brought up word is hydropower and Itaipu. Itaipu right now is the second largest hydropower plant in the world, right behind the three core in China. And right now, Paraguay, due to its industrial capability, it couldn't consume most of the capacity. So a lot of them were sold to Brazil at a discount, which I think a lot of miners moving over there. There's around the area, there's Hernandarias, Villarica, the whole area. We've seen around, when I was on the ground, we've seen probably around 20 miners. They're either on the way moving forward or going there. And compared to Argentina, well, I have to talk this out, but compared to Argentina, I think one advantage Paraguay might have is importation, since it's in the center of the South America. Maybe you can, Nick, you want to explain this one a little bit?
It's in the center of South America. It has a very large port that's used to, basically, it's a distribution hub for all of South America. So getting and importing miners to Paraguay is a super simple process compared to some other countries in the region.
Yep, and currently the government is also working on a new crypto bill, which makes it sure the whole industry is more regulated and provides some like safety guarantee for the foreign investors, which I think this whole region is heading to a very good direction. Now we're gonna dive into a little bit the opportunities we see to conclude this section. First of all, I think this, as you can see, there's endless energy and power potentials that you have a variety of them, covers from like traditional like oil and gas and to now all these renewable possibilities. And moreover, you have now it's an emerging market for mining. Like Nick mentioned earlier, when there's large numbers of GPU miners, now they couldn't do it. So they're switching to BTC. They already have experience with operating. I think third part, it's a favorable operation. I know right now, cost is always this big, major problem of this industry. I think South America offers a very competitive labor service and the quality of work. When I was on the ground seeing the site of the South Bit, there's the wiring and everything. It was absolutely amazing. But I'll save that for Patricio later at his speech, so he will touch on a little more. Make sure you catch that. But Nick, actually, I want to ask a question. It's like, what do you think like there's possible way that like Bitmain could offer for you guys to capture this market and help all the miners here bring this possibility to actually to reality?
Absolutely. I think that when it comes to South America, sometimes it doesn't really get a good rep. But when it comes to expanding and having a company in South America, Google, Microsoft, all the largest companies have a presence in South America. So it's definitely possible to do with the right partners, basically doing your due diligence and planning everything out correctly. When it comes to Bitmain, I think Bitmain has a huge opportunity given that there aren't that many large-scale mines compared to, let's say, what there was in China a few years ago, what we're seeing in the States, what we're seeing in the Middle East. So South America is something that can definitely grow to that size with the right partners and doing the work, basically.
Absolutely. Now, I have to ask this question. What do you think this future of crypto in Latin America? Mining, everything, day-to-day life?
Mining and crypto, I don't see the world economy getting any better when it comes to finances. South America doesn't seem to be getting any better either. So crypto definitely gives people another way to invest, another way to plan, and another way to organize their finances. So I definitely see it growing. And when it comes to mining, basically the same exact answer. It gives people the possibility to decentralize their economy and to produce a solid income and accumulate their own finances.
Awesome.
Perfect. And then there's a few questions I wanted to ask you. You came to visit us in Argentina. You've been to Paraguay. I would love to see what insight you have from there.
Absolutely. So like, if it's from a personal perspective, I think earlier our friend from El Salvador also mentioned that welcome you to visit. I think in this industry, always do your own research. And I know I think even before my visit, I do have some misconception about maybe business, maybe the local environment, everything you're operating in South America. But after seeing the quality of work, this is something I think I'm really excited. I think this is a very, people underestimate the potential of this region. I mean, right now, with different geopolitical issues, you say, and then we have all these different cycles in the different sectors laying on at once. We can see like a lot of like, how do you better say this? I think it provides an opportunity window for us, for people, for miners to go into South America. And it's also a very educational experience for me. I've learned there are miners down there using their like revenues to help local people learn programming, to build schools. And there are people who are actually using these opportunities to like give back to their town and society. So I think we see a great potentials. And I think Bitmain absolutely value this market, and we want to have a long-term relationship there. And we also help our customer build a long-term relationship in South America and help them succeed together.
Fantastic. Hopefully we will.
I'm very excited for it. And thank you, everyone.
Muchas gracias, Cancun. One sec. I gotta give you the shirt.
What?
And and one last thing, since the World Cup is coming, World Cup shirt for Fred.
Well, we all know China is not in the World Cup, so I gotta pick a team.
You're gonna vote for Argentina then. Perfect.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very sexy presentation. Next, we'll have Adrian Wang, CEO of Meta Alpha, and he will be telling us how structured products can help miners. Welcome, Adrian.
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Adrian from Meta Alpha. Obviously, you can see I break my leg right before I come here from Hong Kong. My company is headquartered in Hong Kong. I went some wake surfing and somehow get injured. But the question is, will I still go to surfing later? Of course, right? It's like mining. You get some hard times, but will you continue to do mining? Of course. Okay, something a little more about myself. I was a programmer for 6 years before I moved to finance. And yeah, and I started mining actually back in 2017 in China with some large volume. But of course, now they are all gone. And our largest investment was in 2019, early 2019, when the Bitcoin price was something like $3,000 US. It's very similar like nowadays and to the bear market, but actually that's exactly the right moment to invest into this. Okay, come back to the topic I'm covering today is what structured products can do for miners. First of all, we are NASDAQ listed, and we got some license, traditional finance license in Hong Kong. And we partnered with Anti-Alpha, and we together to provide those crypto structured product solutions. And our team mainly from investment banks, Goldman Sachs, UBS, JP Morgan, you can name them. Yeah, and we based in Hong Kong mainly and some other places. So our trading volume is around $200 million US in mid-August this year. We just started this business. And it's growing pretty fast. And because we are a public company, I cannot really disclose our recent performance. But this number, this 200 million, is disclosed in our previous financial reports. So basically, we are listed, and we are fully audited, and we disclose, we get legal opinions. So I believe we are with the highest standard in the market to provide these financial instruments. And there are some products we offer. I will mention them later about the details. And we have actually a very strong financial performance this year, regardless of the really volatile market recently. Okay, a little bit about the social responsibility. And we set up this so-called Hong Kong Sustain Tech Foundation to support the ESG, especially about mining. And we donated 8.5 million Hong Kong dollars to Hong Kong Polytechnic University for study about Bitcoin and carbon neutrality. And actually, Professor Lu was here, I think, yesterday, giving a speech about
his research. And also, we did a strategic partnership with a Singapore licensed exchange called MVGX. So they did a STO on carbon credit. So if any miners would want to explore more about the carbon credit to offset their emissions, you can contact us later. And we also support the community events such as Hackathon and Bootcamp. Okay, as you can see, my entire team is with rich finance background. So I'd like to cover some of the macro recently. So you can see when the Feds, everybody talk about Fed, when they raise the rates, the stock price goes down, the crypto price goes down. But you can see for recent months, when they announce, actually there only is a very small drop in Bitcoin price, like 2 to 3%, and that night, and then the other day it recovers. The Bitcoin price is kind of very stable regardless of its Fed thing. But of course, this week is a bit different. And there's a Hong Kong government recently actually announced a policy on virtual asset, which is pretty strong and positive. So they invite all of us, Web3 developers, community, and miners, to explore the opportunity there in Hong Kong. And I sincerely invite you if you get a chance to visit Hong Kong in future. And the most important thing is that Hong Kong is allowing the retail investors to come into the crypto world, to come into the virtual assets. And of course, about the ETFs and STOs. And another thing I want to cover is about Twitter. Okay, everybody talk about Elon Musk and about Twitter. From my point of view, previously there's no killer application in Web3. I mean, Bitcoin, of course, ETH, of course, but they're more from the assets perspective, from the payment perspective, but not a real application beside that. But Twitter will be one of the largest events in this area. They will be bringing billions of users to Web3. And think about it, if they install a wallet connected to Twitter, 1 more billion users, 1 more billion wallet users, crypto users would come into the area. They need to buy something, right? Bitcoin has the largest opportunity. And of course, like Meta, like Facebook, I mean, other biggest so-called Web2 companies, they will join this game, for sure. They have huge pressure as well. Okay, then come back to the topic, the real topic. You know, traditionally, oil and gas companies, because their production, they sell the commodities, they sell their products, but the price is heavily rely on the spot price. Like for the oil, it's also very, very volatile. And all of these companies will hedge the risks because you need to pay the utilities, you need to pay the operations. So because here we are in Mexico, I gave this example of Pemex. It's one of the largest oil production company in Mexico. And they kind of hedge the 13% of the oil product in 2020, just to give you an idea. So we believe that the miners are very new to the entire financial world, and the investment banks really don't cover the miners, but we do. They provide the hedging solutions or structured products to those big guys in the traditional world, and we provide the services to the miners. And just give you some illustrations, like if you are a Bitcoin holder, most of the people want some financing, and our solution is no margin call loan, because it's so volatile. If you get a margin call, A lot of people got margin call recently. If you cannot meet it, you just lose everything you have, right? But we do a no margin call loan. The Bitcoin price goes below like 5,000 US dollars, we don't do margin call. We only look at the price and the end. I explain it later. And for Bitcoins, it's so valuable, but there's no interest on that. You cannot do staking on that. But we provide a product to generate yield on Bitcoin. But of course, there's no free lunch. You need to take some risk. I explain later. And for the stablecoin investors, we provide a so-called accumulator for you to buy a Bitcoin and discount. And some FCN snowball structure to provide the high yield. Okay, this is the typical term for a collar loan or no margin call loan. So basically for this one, this is one of our best seller. So the LTV is 75% and annual cost is 4.6. So just to give you an example, if the Bitcoin price is 20,000 and you get like 75% on day one, so you can take the money out and do whatever you want. You want to buy your machines, build your facilities, go ahead. And the cost is 4.6% per annum. It's very similar to the interest if you're making a loan, right? And the downside risk is limited because you take 75% out on day one, and we don't do margin call. So the worst situation is you sell your coins and 75%, right? And then, so there's nothing for free, as I mentioned. So the risk you're bearing is the upside limit. So if the Bitcoin price go above 28,000, so you are giving up the upside beyond that. So you sold your coins at that price. If 1 year later the price is 30,000, you sell at 28. So actually, collar, this structure in traditional finance is called a collar structure. It's also a great hedging solution when the Bitcoin price is high. Like last year, if it's over 60,000, you do this loan, you're protected your downside from 75, and the price can go to 90,000. And anything beyond that, you give it up, which is kind of very long tail to some extent. Okay, this is the ETH BTC dual coin product, which can generate a crypto return on Bitcoin. There are some similar dual coin products out there in the market, but they are all linked to USDT or USDC. We are the only provider to do this so-called crypto native dual coin product. So for this bestseller, if you buy this product with Bitcoin, you get a 6.9% yield per annum, and this is for 60 days. So the scenario will be, no matter what, you get this coupon. But the risk is you will buy ETH at a discounted price, like 92% if comparing to Bitcoin, if the ETH drops 8%, you buy and discount. And so, I mean, I am a believer of the coins of crypto. No matter what, I don't want to sell my coins. But it's okay sometimes to change in between BTC and ETH. That's the idea behind. And okay, this accumulator is very special. The payoff actually is very similar to a mining machine. It's designed mostly for the miners like me. I mean, when my mining farm was banned by the Chinese government, and but I still want to do mining. I want to still accumulate my coins, right? So I buy this accumulator individually. So this is for 6 months. No matter what happens, I buy Bitcoin at a discounted price. Here, the term is 83.9%. So every day, I will buy at this price level, no matter what. But the risk is, if the Bitcoin price drops below the 83.9%, I will double. I will buy more. So that's the payoff, the structure, and it has a auto-callable. It will be knockout if the price goes up. So the beauty of this product is you get a protection like around something like 16% buffer. It will help you to save a lot of money, because yesterday it drops a lot, but it comes back. It's okay. And for fixed coupon note, this product is more for people who want to have some high yield. Some of the biggest companies are buying this product using their treasury money. So for this Bitcoin BTC related FCN, we will pay you 20.2% coupon per annum, no matter what. Okay. But the risk is, if the price, Bitcoin price drops 15%, drops to 85, it will buy at 85. So that's the risk. But it's okay from my personal perspective. If, for example, if it's 20,000, the target price would be 85, would be 17,000. It's very similar to a mining, and you get a coupon on that. Yeah, that's most about those products. If you are interested, you can contact me. There's my Telegram you can add. And that's about it. If you have any questions, okay, then thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very interesting, and I'm sure that many of you are interested in mining in the Gulf. Well, we have Brian Johnson from Minto to tell us the mining obstacles in the Gulf and how we overcome them. Welcome, Johnson.
Hello, everyone. As she said, my name is Brian Johnson, and I'm here with Minto, part of their U.S. sales team. Today, I'd like to speak to you about the opportunity that the Gulf citizens have and the obstacles they face, as well as how we at Minto can help them overcome that. Okay. A little closer. All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the GCC is comprised of Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. In recent times, especially times like these, when oil prices are very high, these economies are building up impressive financial surpluses. Dubai, which is the most populous city in the UAE, has established itself as a leading financial center. Dubai has made a name for itself offering a very superior lifestyle. Dubai has also created one of the world's most renowned infrastructure systems and has an unparalleled air transport industry that serves as a hub to the Middle East as well as the rest of the world. Not only has Dubai done these things, but they have created a very pro-business regulatory environment and have attracted some of the world's most innovative blockchain companies. For these reasons, our company Minto has decided to open our home office in Dubai. We at Minto have a very diverse skill set. Our international team has experience in things like data center construction, decentralized finance app development, and operation and maintenance of mining facilities. Next, I'm going to go over a few challenges that arise in building your own data center and running a mining operation. After that, I'm going to talk about how we at Minto can solve those issues. And we can offer investments to retail customers all the way to the enterprise level fund, and can offer the ability for people to reach and have access to economies of scale of our facilities without any of the headaches that come along with running your own mining facility. All right. So the first obstacle I'm going to go over is the awareness that the opportunity actually exists. One of the main reasons the citizens of the GCC states may not be aware of mining is due to the lack of access to many popular social media platforms, which can be some of the places to best get information on cryptocurrency. Only 35% of the people in the Gulf use Telegram, 28% use Facebook, and 28% use Instagram. According to our experience, many GCC family offices, funds, and private investors are facing this low awareness problem. They may have heard of Bitcoin or crypto, but it's usually from their kids or grandkids, and many don't realize the opportunity that it presents as an investment. The second challenge to mining in the Gulf region is probably the most obvious one, the scorching heat. Data centers are much fonder of Arctic climates where the machines can breathe in icy cold air. In contrast, the Gulf region can reach temperatures as high as 120 degrees or more Fahrenheit. Emergent technology is coming along and continually improving, but at the moment it's still very expensive as well as very difficult to set up the operation in the GCC. Thirdly, constructing your own data center is very costly, time-consuming, and takes a lot of expertise. From negotiating with local authorities and electricity providers, locating land, and constructing your own build-out, it is difficult for the first-time investor to get the most bang for his buck by building out his own data center. Add that to the task of finding competent technicians to running your facility and maintaining your equipment, it's very difficult to get right on your first attempt. The fourth reason is that although many of the GCC countries provide excellent regulatory environments for blockchain technology, many of them in the past have frowned upon mining itself. Some of these regulations have started to be pulled back as of recent, but not too long ago in Qatar, for example, you could be jailed for running a miner. As of now, though, you are allowed legally to import miners to all 6 members of the GCC. But many people are still averse to the idea due to the former outlawing of importation. The fifth reason is that mining operations need the fastest, most advanced technology in order to stay profitable. This is especially important in times like these where we are in the midst of a Bitcoin bear market and have rising inflation, especially in the energy markets. In today's environment, even with the latest and greatest miners, many places in the world, including in the Gulf region, have electricity rates that are too high to make mining profitable. Bitcoin farms that operate at very large scales, like ours at Minto, have access to extremely low electricity prices. While many farms While many farms have had to shut down, we have continued to remain profitable for our clients, even with a lot of the older generation miners. Reason number 6. What brought many of us into crypto and what people love about it is the fact that it is permissionless and in some ways transcends the regulations of state and the norms of society. While this may be true, it is also very important that we respect the cultures and norms of the Gulf region. Religious people in the GCC many times are interested in investing, but have to answer the question, is it halal? Not all mining companies are ready to accept these challenges and are very hesitant to adapt to local principles. We at Minto see this hesitancy as our opportunity. In 2021, we established our headquarters in Dubai. From day one, we have catered to our customers and have made products that fit their interests. Before headquartering in Dubai, our company was founded in 2017. Our company owns and operates all of its data centers and computing power. We offer hosting. There we go. We offer hosting, turnkey data center products, and also have a tokenized hash rate token that we sell that's called the BTCMT token. BTCMT stands for Bitcoin Mining Token. Each token is backed by physical mining power. 100 BTCMT equals 1 terahash. The beauty of this token is that it allows you to mine without buying physical equipment and gives you instant access to very cheap electricity rates. All that you need to do is buy the token, stake, and start collecting Bitcoin daily to your wallet. Okay. Next, I'm going to go over a few stats about our facilities. Our total capacity at the moment is 220 megawatts, 110 of which are in use. We have representatives in 3 countries, the USA, Korea, and the UAE, more than 14,000 clients, and more than 200 people work in our company. Minto also uses 100% hydroelectric power plants. So if you're worried about your carbon footprint, we may be able to offer something that you would like. Okay. So we have 2 options for our mining token. You can reap the wrapped Bitcoin every day into your wallet, or you can use the auto staking feature, which will automatically compound and buy more of the token each day. All of the changes that happen in the token project are made by democratic vote based on the token holders' votes. Due to the fact that our team is very international, we can offer a high-quality, tailored approach to each client. We take into account all of the subtleties and are very cognizant of each client's culture. We have extensive experience dealing with the GCC investors and users. Our Dubai office is an incredible place where we will soon launch educational meetups in order to bring more value to the UAE. We are happy to see our future clients there and provide them with more information. Our product respects Sharia principles. In the near future, we plan on getting a halal certification, which can be issued to crypto companies on the condition that trading is not enabled. Bitcoin mining is nothing more than verifying transactions on blockchain using the proof of work protocol. We want to be the first halal company that does cryptocurrency mining, which gives us the possibility to offer all Muslims the ability to mine without questioning if their action is haram or not. Mining with Minto solves all of the problems with which investors and users can face. Fears of economic turmoil and inflation make this bear market the perfect time to invest in cryptocurrency. One day, we believe that Bitcoin will provide a viable store of value. We at Minto hope to lead the Gulf Cooperation Council into the new future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now is our first prize lucky draw. Our presenter will be SQ Mining Division President. Let's welcome SQ. One winner for the grand prize, and SQ will see who is the winner. Stop. Manuel. Are you here, Manuel?
Manuel, nie zaś.
Manuel.
Okay, I'm Manuel Gonzalez. I represent S&P Dow Jones Indices, and I really don't know what I'm going to do with it. Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Manuel. Wow, that was quick. Congratulations, Manuel. Thank you for being here. Let's continue with our meeting. Next, we will have Patricio Rodriguez. Sorry, I cannot pronounce the name. Patricio, CEO of Southbit Holdings, to enlighten us on Argentina as the next frontier for Bitcoin mining. Let's welcome Patricio.
Hi, everyone. My name is Patricio Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of Southbit. We are a Bitcoin operation company in Argentina. Our main focus, thank you. Our main focus is to bring hosting services to all the miners that want to bring their machines to Argentina. And we are a vertically integrated operation where we have some strategic partners with more than 40 years of experience constructing substations, constructing data centers, and building out different kind of substations and projects. So we know that we are here in this WDMS in Cancun with a period of real uncertainty and some concern about the industry, right? We are having some issues, some troubled times, but for us, it's also a time of opportunity because at the end, all the people in this room, we all believe that Bitcoin technology, blockchain technology, is gonna last for some other reasons much more time, okay? So I would like to invite you to a trip to our country, to Argentina. Okay, do you like the video? Yeah, good. Excellent, excellent. So we truly believe that Argentina and South America is the next frontier for Bitcoin mining. We really believe that this is the next step for the industry because it's underdeveloped what we have, as Fred and Nick mentioned before. So I would like to give you some insight about what we have in Argentina very quickly. And first of all, you have seen it during the picture that there is the video, there is a lot of climates. You have different landscapes in the same country because of the length of the country, right? So if you look at Argentina in the south, the climate is very similar to what we have in the north of the US or in Canada. So you will see exactly the same climate for air cooling, and additionally, you have a lot of resources for water, so you have hydro cooling too. So that's the main part of this. Some insight about the main products. Obviously, the agricultural products are the main production in Argentina. You will see that. But we also would like to highlight there's also software development and we export software to the world too, you know. There is another things like lithium that is getting very, very interesting right now because of the electric cars and many other activities that can be performed in Argentina. If you see, some of the companies in the New York stock of above 1 million of Latin America were born in Argentina, okay? Going to the oil and gas reserves, we have, as we mentioned before, we have the second, or the world's second largest shale gas deposit in the world. So it's really amazing the opportunity of energy that we have in our country. Not many people know that. So we are behind China in the second place in the ranking. In the shale oil part, we're the number 4 in the world too. So there's a huge opportunity for flare gas operations in Argentina for Bitcoin mining. Going to the power, if you look at the graphic, we have like 143 terawatts annually that Argentina generates with the current matrix of different private and government energy providers. That is 43% more than the whole Bitcoin network as a whole that has 100 terawatts. So we have a lot of capacity. And additionally, if you look at the matrix, it's a lot of renewables already. We have 31% of renewables. And if you look at the thermal part, most of it is by natural gas. So it's not so bad as others. And the renewables will increase. If you look at the part related to wind farms, we have a huge opportunity. Argentina is also one of the best places in the world to put a wind farm. And we only have one gigawatt already installed. We can go up to 300 gigawatts in wind farms in the future. Going to the water resources, obviously we have all types of resources for hydro cooling, and it's a huge reserve, the Rio de la Plata, for example, basin, where you have part of all the water, the sweet water of the world is there. Going specifically to the Bitcoin industry, obviously you have heard a lot of news about good things and bad things in Argentina, right? Going on. But the main thing and the facts is that Argentina has a lot of penetration of the Bitcoin industry and cryptocurrencies, obviously because of the high inflation that we have, the high inflation that we have, that is a form of reserve that the Argentinians are having with the stable coins and with Bitcoin, okay? The other thing, obviously, is that we are making some education to the government of what is going on and how the industry is moving forward. Obviously, if you're talking about Latin America and different countries, as others mentioned before, you have challenges that you need to solve, but you have the solution for that. There is find your local partner, you know, because if you know the right regulations, you can make the imports. Right now, the roadblock that many farms are having is to import miners, right? There are several ways to do it in the right way, and now they're adding new ways to do it. So with the right partner, you will have your miners working very well in one of our hosting facilities. But again, find a local partner because the complexity of the country needs it, okay? Then, in terms of Patagonia, that is where our operations are focused on. Patagonia has a huge potential. As we mentioned before, the climate. You will not go above 25 degrees during the full year in some portions of Patagonia there. So that's the main thing. Additionally, you have a lot of energy resources there and a lack of distribution of those resources. So you will have a surplus of different structures, for example, electrical structures or substations already there with very low demand, okay? And additionally, what we mentioned, all the opportunities in the green side to develop new projects of energy. Going specifically to Vaca Muerta is the deposit that we mentioned before. Obviously, there we have our first MVP of flare gas operation. This is a no-brainer. I mean, you have all the wins and there's no lose because you are using almost wasted energy to produce Bitcoins, okay? Then we are exporting services to the real miner that is abroad, that is taking money to the international reserves of Argentina. That is the main issue why they're restricting the capital and the imports, and then you reduce CO2 emissions. So that's a real win-win situation for the miners internationally, for the hosters, and for the government. Then, going a little bit deep in the mining operation, we have the power cost is in an average of 6 cents, 2 cents, that's the average. And the good opportunity and window opportunity is the construction cost. Construction costs right now are very low because of the surplus of different substations that they're already there with low demand. And additionally, you have the opportunity because of the capital market exchange rate that is like 100% more than the official exchange rate. So for the construction side, you have a window opportunity to invest that is right now. We don't know how much that window is going to be open, okay? But you will go through 100 to 130K per megawatt to install your machines there or new infrastructure there. And then, as they mentioned before, the cost, the labor cost and the land is very cheap compared with other countries. Okay, so finally, resuming a little bit all this, why to come to Argentina? Well, again, all the energy side, the resources, you have the surplus of electrical infrastructure there, low electrical demand in some areas that the Bitcoin industry could help that areas. Additionally, obviously, the low-cost construction and operations that we could have. And finally, the geopolitical risk that you can mitigate and the geographical diversification that is very, very necessary for this industry going forward. So, well, we invite you, and we'd like to see you all in Argentina very soon.
Thank you, Patricio. Next, we have a very fun one. She is an AI and crypto artist, and she's also the first NFT artist collected by a national museum, and also a member of the Forbes Under 30. Let's welcome Song Ting to give us a speech on the Latin crypto and ecosystem and NFT engineering innovation. Welcome.
Muchas gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ting Song. Soy una artista. Me gusta mucho la cultura latinoamericana. Soy un estudiante de español. Habla un poco español. Tú, amigos y amigas en WDMS, él es mi profesor de español. So let's begin. That's all the Spanish I could speak. So, yeah. Actually, I was on LATAM's first crypto art exhibition in physical world, I mean. Yeah, and Venezuela National Museum collected my NFTs. And yeah, thank you for taking that picture, amigo. I saw you, yeah. Today, my topic will be around LATAM, crypto art, and NFT ecosystem. And that's one of the sculptures, physical sculptures, in LATAM now is by me. And it's very interesting that I dig the soil, I mean, in physical world, 1 cross 1 cross 1 cube meter. And I send the soil to the labs in LATAM, and I got a lot of data, right? And that means all of them Tezos, actually. It's different blockchain compared with Ether. It's not EVM. And I hand all kinds of NFTs in the crypto art virtual galleries, which are all NFTs by myself. I'll show you later. So I send a public key to the factory in LATAM and have the physical sculpture. So that sculpture standing is a symbol of a portal bridging the physical and the digital. So yeah, several times Myers, they post on Twitter about my work, and that's one of them. And I collected over, I think, 300 pieces in LATAM. That's all NFTs. And one of them, yeah, you can see it's very sci-fi style, and they're from, oh, thank you. They're from Brazil crypto artists. And I think in Brazil and in Mexico, I found out so many surprises. So I have our own crypto art collection, and I sent my collection, some of them are from LATAM, to all over the world exhibitions. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, I won, I think, most of the crypto awards during the past 4 years. And yeah, that's me. Okay, so next time I'm gonna talk about the AIGC area. In my eyes, the future NFT art form, like that. There's so many amigo y amigas. They're curious about what kind of art I'm doing now. They say, are you a designer? No, I'm a developer, I'm a hacker. They say, are you creating some PIP? No, I'm doing something in my own eyes is crypto native artworks, such as this. You could check my name on NVIDIA's website, and you could see the peony flowers images. Actually, last year, there's so many flowers bloomed in my home. Meanwhile, my parents could see the flowers. And in physical world, all the kind of floras, lost floras, they're gonna fade away. But I took pictures of all of them and used them as the nutrition of my deep learning models. So from left to right, from top to the bottom, there will be the generated peonies images. And I mint some of them on a blockchain. And I have an NFT immersive play too. It happened in Miami Bitcoin 2022, and this summer's NFT NYC. I use NFTs, the on-chain virtual beings, as my main characters. I use human beings as my set characters. That'll be like that. Actually, the virtual being's face is based on my own face, and all the is an NLP behind the image. The NLP is based on all the philosophy, dramatic plays, and my own sci-fi novels. So actually, the on-chain virtual being speaks very like me, and that's one of my main characters. And that's it. Actually, it's a fabric. I made it in New York City, BB in New York City. So it was not China, BB New York City. That's a fabric. And actually, the patterns is generated by GAN. As we all know, is a kind of very popular AI art algorithms we always use. Actually, the poetry is made by AIs too. It's a Chinese traditional poem AIs. And I think most of the AI-generated poems are better than contemporary citizens living like Beijing, Shanghai without any training in specific Chinese traditional poem writing. And it's a fabric, so it will be around my characters, human being characters, body. Yeah. Yeah, during the Miami show, there are some pictures like that. I wish I could deliver my show in Latam too. I'm not sure if I could play it. Yeah, it's my New York City show. I was totally amazed that there are over 300 audiences participate in that show, and they want to see a new form of performance collected by digital artworks. Okay, that's one of the points I'm gonna share with you. Last week, I just won the New York International Film Awards, meanwhile Tokyo Film Awards, meanwhile Turkey International Film Awards with my AI movies. I always use artificial intelligence models as my painting brushes, metaverse as my galleries. So that's why I'm here, one of the reasons. And that peony dream and the butterfly are two of my artificial intelligence movies trilogy. The first one won the Tokyo Film Awards, and the last one won the New York Film Awards. And all of them are made by AIs. I'm gonna show a short spoiler. Yeah, Harry Potter, you got me. En agosto gané ETH Mexico, la grande competencia de programación crypto. I won ETH Mexico, the Mexico's largest Web3 hackathon last month. And I built an AIGC project helping everybody could use the AI algorithm to generate a music video. I built it for musicians. And for all the movies, actually, main visuals are finished by AIs instead of human beings. I always treat AIs as my own crew member in my film team, but uncontrollable. That's something I want to share with you. And in the future, I'm going to build a platform, help amigo y amiga Latinoamericano to use artificial intelligence generate the movies if you like. And yeah. Oh, why? Last year, actually at the Spring Festival, the most important festival in China, in Chinese culture, I built an AI art NFT campaign with Tencent SSB, and we all collected over 4,000 children, but they're special children. They're called the children of stars because they're with autism since they were born. So we collected all of the paintings from the children, and I trained them into 8 different deep learning models, which enable everybody could use WeChat, generate or just speak how your dream was yesterday, and the AI will draw a painting for you. If you want to mint them, the paintings you draw with AI's help, you have to at least donate 1 yuan to the children's art therapy. At the first day of our campaign, I received over 300,000 participants. I'm so glad I could use my power to help the children who are in need of help. So that's something I want to share with you to inspire you, artistas in Americano, Latino Americano, to have more ideas around artificial intelligence, around the computing power, to build something beautiful and strong in blockchain world. And for Web3 art in Metaverse, I want to show you a video. That's something I used to display all kinds of Latam artists' works. It's a virtual house, but in that virtual house, the buildings are so huge, and you could fly to see an exhibition, and you could easily click the button to get into that marketplace behind the NFTs. And I want to share it with you too. check Ting Song Museum, you may find more exhibitions all over the world. And yeah. Actually, that was my Ting Museum. At the first of my speech, I shared with you that there will be a 1x1x1 sculpture now in Venezuela, Valencia City Hall. But I show you that it was a portal, a signal from the physical world to the digital world. So that's what the digital world museum look like. And I want to prepare a small gift for you to win one of the virtual galleries, Amigo y Amigas and WMS. I'm gonna contact B-Man's friends to give one of their virtual galleries, which is an NFT himself, to you as an NFT display gallery for you. And that's someone I built on-chain to show, yeah, nowadays, maybe we have another ways to display your NFT art collections. And yeah, I wish I could help Latin friends more. Espero ayudar más a los amigos y amigas latinoamericanos, especially NFT y Web3. So I wish I could find more ways to describe the digital world I see, the beautiful civilization in the future instead of the bad one. And yeah, when I was a little girl, I was on special educational program in NASA, and I met my first AI artwork collector. Is 2004 years Nobel Physics Award winner, Dr. Frank Wilczek. And the sentences he said to me at that time really inspired me and motivated me. I want to share it with you. She said to me, you have to solve the unsolved mysteries, see the new things we cannot see through our eyes. Meanwhile, for me, to break the barriers between art and science and break the barriers between theory and practice. That's why me, un artista, participating in every Latam ETH hackathon, a coding competition. So I want to break the barriers between theory and practice, and so as all of friends now sitting here. So for my last sentences to deliver that speech, the only way to predict the future is make it into reality. And 我们一起加油. Celebramos todos juntos. And muchas gracias, amigos y amigas. Adiós.
Thank you, Songting. Next, we have Bjorn Schmidtke, CEO of Penguin Infrastructure, to share with us how to transform electricity to human potential. Welcome.
Hi there. Very nice to meet you all. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about turning energy into human potential and how we do that in Paraguay. But first, I'm going to have to explain what penguin is, because some people were like, what the heck? What are penguins doing in Paraguay? And well, there are actually no real penguins, but now there are. And the story behind penguin really is, imagine a penguin, right? A penguin is a bird who cannot fly because he's too fat to fly. A penguin got knees, but his belly is hanging over his knees, so you can't see them. And sometimes the penguin walks, climbs up an iceberg, falls down, and has to do it again. So you would think that a penguin is a misconstruction of Mother Nature. But when the penguin jumps in the water, the penguin is super agile in its environment, right? Swims, I think, 2,000 kilometers with the energy out of 1 liter of oil. Super efficient, one of the most efficient things we know, jumps 2 meters high out of the water and is in its element. And I believe that just like penguins, humans have infinite potential, but just when they're in the right environment. If we as humans are in a bad place, is it a school, is it a company, is it an organization, is it a tool we use that's not cool, we're never really able to step into our full potential. And that's the idea behind Penguin and everything we do. Well, let me tell you one thing about Paraguay. Maybe you already heard it, but we got a lot of electricity there. In fact, this is a picture of Itaipu. Itaipu is Guarani. In Paraguay, we have a language called Guarani that's actually one of the only countries in the world that has the indigenous language as an official language. And it means singing stone, because it used to be the biggest waterfall system in the world. And today, it is historically seen the biggest generator in the world, generating 14 gigawatts, or with 14 gigawatts of capacity, and generating most of this most of the year because we have so much water. And while we have so much generation, we don't really use it. We export most of it to Brazil, as you already heard earlier. So that makes us the #1 exporter in the world of renewable energy. And in Paraguay, we have this idea that we should use this electricity to advance the country. This is something that goes back to when it was built, that is very, strong, a very strong idea in Paraguay, that the electricity should help the country to go forward. And one of the board members of Itaipu and famous electricity energy thought maker in Paraguay says that energy policy could be the cornerstone of Paraguay's long-term development strategy. Or ANDE, the national electricity company, we have a monopoly distributor, says that in its mission, they want to contribute to the development of Paraguay and the well-being of its population. So there's a very strong link, and you will see this in media and in public discussions, that there's a very strong link between the electricity and the development of the country. So let's look at one statistic that is very interesting. The red bar is our production, our part of Itaipu, the Paraguayan electricity we make there. And we have more generation, this is only one. And the blue bar is the total consumption of Paraguay. And you see there is a mismatch. You see the production goes down, but that's actually only because we have a little less water. It doesn't rain so much lately, but probably it's gonna rain more. We have cycles in South America. So the difference between the blue and the red bar is all electricity that we sell mostly to Brazil. And what happens in Brazil? Well, Brazil uses the electricity, builds factories, does things, grows the GDP, grows the economy. Great. What happens in Paraguay? Nothing. Really? Like, not so much. So all of the difference between blue and red, I want you to think, this is potential we have that we just give away. We don't use it, right? And every year, we get another of those two like thingies, bars. Again, the difference is there. And maybe next year it rains more, and it's gonna be, again, even higher, the difference. And well, the blue goes up slowly, but if you kind of like, make a line, it's gonna be 2040 or so when they cross, 2030, 2040. And every time again, we're gonna have this mismatch of what we have as potential and what we actually make out of it. And we're like, now really huge, and there's a lot of potential, but the countries around us are not sleeping, right? Today, we're the world leader in exporting renewable energy. But then we just heard about 400 megawatts of wind being built up in Argentina. In fact, those are some of the numbers, how much foreign direct investment is going into building up renewable electricity projects around the world. And only in Latin America, it's 64. So the amount of new renewables that are coming is gigantic. And especially now after we're experiencing this shortage in infrastructure for harvesting all the energy that reaches us from the sun, that we're building up more and more capacity, it's changing, right? So today we have a unique position in Paraguay, and we need to think what we can make out of this. So how does the development of Paraguay connect with the well-being of the population? Well, we thought a little bit about the electricity. Let's think a little bit what it means, well-being of population. The easiest thing that I came up with to explain that is the economic cycle. All of you probably know how we can go from a very resource-based primitive economy where we export raw resources to industrialization to a knowledge-based economy, service knowledge-based economy, right? I think most of that Most of you heard that, and if you put some numbers, we talk usually that per capita, we generate a value of $3,000 on the very left, and maybe like $20,000 at the very right, right? So we grow the productive value of a country with the economy, and that also, well, if things go well, means that the whole country advances and there's more opportunity and more well-being in a country. So today in Paraguay, our main export, as you see here, is soy and cattle. That's really what we're good. Well, also electricity, right? But we export the raw resource without making a lot in the country. Now, Itaipu exists for 49 years. So for 49 years, we've not been able to create more value in the country of this resource. But we tried. So we are somewhere on the way to industrialization. We're trying. We're maybe going to get there. And then there's the rest of the world where we're like going ahead, building NFTs and doing cool things. And well, that's really not so much in the focus in Paraguay. And there's a huge disconnect. So the question is, what can we do? Can we use the electricity to like jump from exporting soy to like doing NFTs in Paraguay and tech, maybe like starting to be the Silicon Valley of South America? And if yes, how can we do that? Well, the other thing about this is that we went and asked Paraguayans, what is the #1 problem that they have in the country? Just out of like to understand. And well, the majority actually said the #1 problem was to have a job. The #2 problem was to have a good job. What does that mean? To give you some number, today 74% of young Paraguayans, 25 below, that enter into a job, they don't make minimum salary, they make less. So 3/4 make less than minimum salary being around $300 a month, right? So there's not a lot of opportunity. And at the same time, we have this world changing crazy, right? Like all of this COVID thing and so on, like jobs are transforming and now we have AI, we have Tesla bot coming up and all these advancements, meaning that a lot of the jobs will get lost and others will be created, right? And as Paraguay, when you talk to policymakers, like there is this general idea that we are a cheap country, we have low taxes and we have cheap labor. That's why you should come to us, right? Well, what that means is we're competing on price. We say we don't have the best people, but hey, we're cheap, so come to us and bring your call center or whatever you have. Well, that's great, but it's very dangerous as well because in this shift, we're kind of trying to close the gap between the rest of the world, creating jobs that might not exist in 10 years anymore, right? So how can we think more into the future? Well, we could focus on technology jobs. Those are growing in demand. They don't compete on price, really. You don't have to be the cheapest developer. Hell no, you have to be the best developer, right? That's very clear to all of us. So that could be an idea, but how can we come there? How can we go there? Well, and how can electricity help us, right? Because that's the interesting thing. How can we make this link between electricity, the development of the country, and now we know we somehow want to create interesting jobs that are future-proof and bring the country forward. So for, again, like 49 years, we didn't really manage to use the electricity to grow our GDP. We didn't manage to create a meaningful industry, sector, or anything. So we have this approach that maybe we can do it via talent. So we can use the electricity, build talent, and then this talent will create meaning jobs, and future-proof, well-paid jobs, can actually mean finally development of the country and the growth of the GDP. So what the heck is Penguin? How does that play in there? Well, the approach that we have to do exactly what I just showed you is what we do every day, and we call this Penguin Academy. And I was very happy to have read around for the last few days, so I could actually show them, the team of Bitmain as well, how we're doing this and make it possible to understand a little bit of what the changes are that are happening. So from our history, we started as a software company. Eventually, we started to train people in programming around 2016 in Switzerland. We're actually a Swiss-originated company. We did that around the world, in China, in the Philippines, and in other countries. And eventually, we came to Paraguay very randomly and stayed there and made this our home. In 2021, we started focusing around, hey, how can we use the electricity to advance the country further and grow this, what we're doing, training people to program. And well, then we started to realize data centers is a great thing. And well, in data centers, Bitcoin mining is like the thing, because this is what you can do immediately and today. And think about, we want to avoid to have another of these red and blue like bars, right, that are going so far apart of each other. So we came up with this academy, and we did this in a first step. Maybe here's a picture of it, half a picture. For some reason it's not here. But that's our first site. We did a little prototype. It worked well. We built a 6 megawatt mining facility, and that now has financed the training of more than, I think it's now 400 or 500 people that we trained programming this year. And we're like, hey, that's great. Let's continue doing this even bigger. So we're like working right now on the construction of something we call Penguin Campus Tecnológico. And that is where we use the electricity to transform it into human potential by running these boot camps and transforming people's mindsets by operating data centers. And how does this specifically look? Well, we're starting with something called a boot camp. A boot camp is something where you need to know nothing before, reading and writing, that's it. It's 2 weeks, very intensive, from morning to night. And you learn programming, yes, but the even more important thing is that we use coding as a school of thought. We change people's mindset. And after these 2 weeks, people come out completely transformed because now they experience that they can learn something they didn't think they could learn, and they could build something because at the last day of this 2 weeks, they have to stand on a stage in front of investors and business people and have to present something they built in a hackathon during the last 3 days. So they actually need to build and create things. And this is so transformative that we have people that go from selling bread in the 4 a.m. on the street to working in tech within less than a year. We have now the first time someone in Stanford. We have people working at Meta, Instagram, Tableau, Salesforce, EY, you name it. And those come from humble backgrounds, many of them, some from indigenous backgrounds, from far away, and they all go through this transition. And this is what's possible thanks to that we're able to start using the electricity in Paraguay. The team is around here. I think there is one of them, Niklas, and then we have the other two, Delia and Nina, and myself. We'll be around here if you want to like talk to us a little bit more about Paraguay, talk to us a little bit more about the concept. Maybe this can be something that is also interesting for your country, for your region, and you want to learn more about it. We're super happy to share this. We're also super happy to always talk about Paraguay, show you around there, invite you. We make very, very good asado, which is barbecue, so if you come, you will definitely enjoy your time. I can only recommend that. I did that, and I stayed, so warning there. And thank you so much, guys, for taking a little bit of time to share this thought with me on how we can transform electricity into human potential.
How are you guys doing? Okay, now is our last session of WDMS. It's a panel about mining in Latin America. We can just have a minute to for them to set up. The host will be Chris. Chris is part of our Bitmain marketing team, and David Burkett, lead MWeb developer at Litecoin Foundation. Colby Lazar, founder at Eucalyptus Labs. Nick D'Amico, Bit Patagonia, he's the VP and CTO. Patricio, he's the CEO of Southbit Holdings. We're still waiting for some of the panelists, so if you want to stand up and stretch a little bit, feel free. Dima. Just stretch a little bit so I'm not awkward on stage. Yes. Okay.
Well, I think everybody's just going to introduce themselves. Microphone's on.
Chris.
Yeah.
Are you ready for the panel?
Yes. I think that everyone here is starting to see the potential in Latin America. I've been excited seeing what's happening in Paraguay, in Argentina. Countries all over Latin America have a real need for Bitcoin, for cryptocurrencies and proof of work. So I think that even more so in the US, you're gonna see very fast development now that everybody's kind of focused on the fact that you have energy, you have hydro resources, you have a lot of resources in Latin America that are waiting to be developed. So we'll see what happens. But today, we're lucky to have with us, Nick and Patricio with Southbit and Bit Patagonia. So we definitely have experts in the field here who are some of the companies that are leading the charge in their respective countries.
Great.
So hopefully pretty soon we'll have a full panel up on stage. It's coming. Yeah. Good things take time. You gotta wait sometimes, but I appreciate that all of you are here in this room with us.
Yes.
Everyone is coming though, right?
Everyone's coming.
Okay.
They're coming at some point.
That feels good.
Yes.
Okay. So, should we start with introductions, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
The sexiest man in the money industry.
Yeah, so
Nick.
I spoke around an hour ago. I'm Nick, the CTO and VP of Bit Patagonia. We're currently mining in southern Argentina and expanding to other parts of Latin America. Patricio?
Yes, hi everyone. Patricio Rodriguez, I'm CEO of Southbit. We are a Bitcoin company in Latin America too, and mainly in Argentina, focusing hosting services.
Okay, so guys, what do you think is, not talking about mining, but talking about just the culture of your countries in general, what is something that people might be surprised to know about your country?
Yes, probably in many aspects, I think in particular in Argentina, no one realized that the weather in the Patagonia region is very similar to the north of US. It's something that in every conference I try to stress and highlight. And obviously the other thing is the Vaca Muerta energy site that we have there. That is a huge opportunity also. So I think the resources and the climate is something that the industry haven't realized yet. And as soon as they realize, they're going to come.
Absolutely. Agree with Patricio. Also, Argentina is a very fun country. There's a lot of stuff to do besides just mining. And it's also, I think it gets a bad rap when it comes to international business. But like I said before, a lot of multinational public companies have their bases for Latin America in Argentina.
That's good to know. So, and on that note, like what are, I'm hesitant to get into kind of some of the content in the panel, but what are some of the challenges that a business would face in Latin America?
Okay, I take it. So the first challenge obviously is regulations. So you need to understand how the regulations works. Obviously taxes in much parts of Latin America. Argentina is not the exception, obviously. But right now the main topic is imports in Argentina. And as we said in our presentation, we have different paths, real good paths to solve that. And additionally, there's a lot of education right now. We are making all the industry to the authorities to understand what are the benefits of this industry coming to Argentina, investing in us, and all that. So I would say the main challenge is to understand, obviously, the market condition, the complexity of the capital markets, capital restrictions there, and again, to have the right partner for that.
Absolutely. To complement Patricio, all countries have different problems, different conditions, basically different obstacles that you have to overcome. Like Patricio said, and I said in my presentation, Argentina, it's when it comes to importing. Other countries have problems, well, not problems, but they have to be solved in terms of how the crypto's taxed. Another one is building out the infrastructure. There's a lot of countries that maybe have potential for hydro, but it hasn't been built out. There's other countries that have very large gas deposits that don't have the infrastructure to produce power yet. But basically, we've been working closely with governments of multiple countries to basically create the correct conditions for it to be a good business to be mining crypto.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Patricio. Margie? So the rest of the panel is coming? They're coming. Okay, we're good then. So I've had the opportunity to visit Argentina. Oh. Yes.
It's my first time in Latin America. I don't really know much about it. We're based in Norway, where it's pretty civilized, let's call it like that.
Lots of taxes, though.
If you have EY on board, they tell you how to play the game. But my question is, you've mentioned the taxation topic of mining. Could you please share something, both of you, on your experience and what is the current framework with regards to that topic?
Yes, sure. Yeah, regarding, well, Bit Patagonia has been mining for several years in Argentina. So we have a track record of mining in Argentina. Obviously, it depends when you put the operation and when you put the final pool, and where is the wallet that is mining afterwards. So you have different ways to structure the business. You can structure it all in Argentina, or you can structure it in different parts. Obviously, the operation will be always close to the source of energy. That's it, and the infrastructure. But then the Bitcoins could be mined in somewhere else. If you mine in Argentina completely, then you will have the regular income tax. You don't have VAT for mining. That's something that the local IRS already solved like several years ago. And then you already have the income tax. So it's 30% plus an additional 5% if you retire the dividends. So that's the current taxation in Argentina. Then our approach, we are doing it in another way in terms of trying to help the people that is abroad, and we take the part related to the hosting services as a service. Then we export that service to the real firm that is mining at the end of the chain, and that will be depending what that legal entity is based on. Okay. Correct. And as an export of services in Argentina, we don't have to pay taxes. No, there's no withholding tax because, well, Bitcoin has a lot of advantages with other assets, right? In terms of how you transfer funds. So as you are not going to move funds through the traditional banking, then you don't have any withholding taxes. Then obviously you have to pay the bill of the hosting services through the regular market, and that's it. You pay the export of services through the regular market, the official market, and we close the gap. In our case, we pay our taxes, our local taxes in Argentina, and you will pay yours in your country.
So basically, the client is having with you a certain type of a computation contract, I guess. And there is nothing, I understand they cannot withhold the tax, but at the moment, the scheme of computation is acceptable. That's what you're saying. Is it the same in Paraguay, or how does it work? I understood Argentina, thank you. With regards to Paraguay, if you could share.
I don't have too much experience on Paraguay. Basically, our network in Latin America is mostly focused on Argentina, Uruguay, and Peru, which have relatively similar structures. And basically, the sale of computation is something accepted. And basically, what we're doing is producing something digital. Until profit isn't gained in fiat, it's not something taxable. So basically, the taxation happens when it's converted to fiat. If it's not converted to fiat, it's not taxable.
So now I want to give everyone a chance to make their introductions. So guys, why don't you introduce yourselves and your companies? Well, or if you know.
So I'm David Burkett. I'm
I write code. Is this working?
I don't think so. Is it on?
Hello?
No?
This will work. No, that's working, right?
Hello? That's working.
All right. I'm David Burkett. I write code for Litecoin. I'm the MWeb developer. And I also work for a mining company during the day and just various mining ventures in the past.
Hi, I'm Kobe Lazar, and I'm the CEO at Eucalyptus Labs. Which one's working? All right, I'm Kobe Lazar, the CEO at Eucalyptus Labs, and we're working on a few different consumer end products for the Cadena blockchain. So Cadena is a fantastic proof of work blockchain that has really exploded in terms of mining, especially since Bitmain has contributed so much of their efforts to promoting their KA3. And we're really excited to be not only building out a crypto wallet for Cadena, but finding new ways to innovate and bring consumers into mining and elevate their opportunities around the world, really to have an equal chance of getting into mining like a lot of us did back in 2012, 13, 14, when you could still just use your laptop or maybe a bit earlier. So we're trying to lower the barriers.
Well, guys, whoa, this one's really working now. Okay, so thank you for the introduction. I think a lot of times when we look at mining, mining is a base for digital currency operations in many countries. So one of the questions that we're wondering about is, what does digital currency adoption look like in Latin America from like a daily life perspective? How is it being used in these countries? What are the like economic or policy choices that are kind of helping this develop? And anyone can answer.
I'll take this one. In a day-to-day view, basically, that we're seeing that crypto's being adopted in Latin America, something that was a huge explosion was remote working in Argentina, specifically for programmers, given that the local economy couldn't really pay international salaries when it comes to programmers. So we saw this huge influx of a lot of remote workers starting to make international salaries thanks to crypto and being able to receive payment in USDT, DAI, or Bitcoin directly. So that's something that I think we can see in everyday life that's changing people's lives.
Thank you. And Patricio?
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, I think that nowadays major banks in Latin America are thinking how to deal with crypto. I mean, they are entering the space. The same with, there are major also payment methods that are entering the space too in Latin America. They are making the first move, even because, well, the penetration is very high because of the inflation, because we need that to preserve our value, because the currencies are depreciating very fast in much of the countries of Latin America, particularly in Argentina. We had like a world record on that. But well, we are seeing much more, and every time that traditional banks and traditional payment methods are entering the space in Latin America, and this is going to happen very soon. I mean, where we will start paying in cryptocurrency, that is going to happen very soon, we think.
So I landed, and the first thing I saw was taxis accepting Bitcoin, which was really exciting. So I saw the Bitcoin logo and recognized right away that as education is really increasing in the space, more and more people are just finding it easier to enter and learn about crypto and get their hands on the plethora of tokens. I mean, there's over maybe 2,000 or 3,000 tokens and coins on CoinMarketCap. And with a lot of those localized projects, whether it's your Dogecoin specific to your region or elsewise, that's really the local element of cryptocurrency and community interaction, which has driven a lot of the market, is now propelling more people to get involved in crypto, to get excited about crypto, and likewise with mining and much more in Latin America.
I don't have a whole lot to add to that, just to reiterate the inflation out of control in various places, Argentina, Venezuela, everywhere. It's a great way to retain value, maybe not the past couple of days, but historically it's been rather good at holding its value, much better than the local currencies in those places, so it's crucial there.
And if I may, I think crypto often is viewed during these times of downturns or like a global recession as suffering, but really this was a response to a financial crisis was the first Bitcoin white paper. So the issues that we're facing today of inflation and of really intense regulation and trouble that everyday people are having just transmitting money, those exact problems in 2008 are the same ones that are reemerging right now, such as inflation. So when we have those bigger problems, it's actually, in my opinion, going to accelerate the adoption of crypto and not hinder it when Bitcoin goes down 10, 20%. So hopefully we'll be back here in 2 years talking about the next dip, which we'll kick ourselves, but it's all about the longer term perspective solving those problems.
Thank you. And guys, so coming from the perspective of someone that doesn't know very much about Latin America, if I'm a miner and I'm interested in proof of work mining in Latin America, what are the best spots? Like what should I be looking at? And what are you seeing developing in terms of mining in these countries? So list of countries and what's going on.
Okay, so I will start with that one. In Argentina, I think one of the most important things we can have like PPAs fixed price. I think that was a great trouble in the US, for example, or other countries where they have variable rates and then you are kicked because prices are going up, and that's a headache in the future for every miner. I think it's part of the troubles that we're experiencing and the distress of several companies right now. So I think that's a key part. The other things is what we have been highlighting in our presentations, again, in terms of the opportunity that we have. We have a window of opportunity for investment in infrastructure right now. That's another huge opportunity because of the capital market exchange rate versus the official exchange rate. Everything that is legal with bonds, that you can buy bonds in US dollars, dominated in US dollars, and then you can sell it dominated in pesos. So there you have another premium right now for establishing an operation in Argentina. And finally, the resources that we have that are available there, like there's a surplus of distribution, a lack of distribution of the energy, but there's a lot of energy sitting there waiting for us in Paraguay, in Argentina. It's exactly the same.
Absolutely. To complement on Patricio, for crypto mining, basically what we need is infrastructure, which is power, internet, and people to be able to maintain the miners. I think Latin America in general has a lot of, it definitely covers those 3 points. Obviously, we depend on regulation, we depend on taxation. That was a question before. In terms of power, Argentina has a ton of power. It has fiber optic over most of the country covered. And in terms of brain power, when it comes to staff who maintain the miners, who have to innovate, make immersion cooling systems, basically, there's a huge, huge market for that in Argentina. Paraguay also has a lot of power. Building out sometimes has its issues, but it's definitely something that's super good for the economy, and it's good for the people given that they have a lot of excess power. Uruguay is a smaller country, but it has a lot of foreign investment. They're missing out a little bit on the electrical infrastructure, but they're working to make something bigger. And for the last few months, they've been running off 99.6% renewables. And Peru, same thing. It's something that we've been studying quite closely, and they cover basically those 3 main pillars that we have to cover for mining. So Latin America definitely has a lot of potential when it comes to mining.
I think we've also seen the potential when we look at user education and just everyday people who kind of need to go through that education process of what is crypto and how can I personally benefit from it, to then make the jump into saying, okay, I'm willing to accept this industrial mining operation down the block. I also think that when it comes to mining in your backyard or people that are setting up shop mining, it's important to keep a lot of the benefits of any industry in that local region. So in Paraguay or in Argentina, making sure that it's still the local people who are benefiting from the technologies that are being derived from their own power grid. So if we're just to let industries come in and start setting up mining shops and taking advantage of the resources and the people, in the end, I think that's going to set a really poor ethos for Bitcoin and for proof of work coins overall. So it's really important that we keep building the community side and we keep building everyday consumer education hand in hand with miners, so that everyone is well prepared for the benefits of entering cryptocurrency and reaping the rewards of mining.
Thank you. Okay, no, that's
yeah,
fine.
you can pretty much have
Something.
it.
So I guess what I'm wondering now is what is one piece of actionable advice that you would give to someone that's a miner, proof of work miner, that's looking to enter the market that you're in? Like what should he do, or what should he think about? Is there any little secret that could help him?
I'm going to use a phrase that's very used in crypto, which is basically do your own research, which is important. To have a due diligence process, make sure you have the right partners, research on your partners, the same way you would do in any other country that you're not a local in. If you're from Europe and you want to expand to Canada with a partner, you're going to research your partner. This is the exact same process. Nothing's going to be different. You should do your research, go see the location, make sure they have what they say they have, make sure that the fiber optic line passes where they say it passes, talk to local providers, and basically work with your local partner in that country to make sure everything makes sense and everything is what they say it is, just like you would do anywhere else, or you should do anywhere else.
Yes, I totally agree with Nick. You must do your due diligence, right? It's the same in every country. And well, find a trust partner there. You will need to find one. And in our case, we always say, make a proof of work. I mean, at the end, we're talking about proof of work, okay, all the time. So, well, start small, do a proof of work, and try it. And when you find the right partner, when you find the right place, well, make a test. Make a test, and I think that's numbers speak themselves.
Yeah, even in a plug-and-play industry, sometimes of putting the miner into the wall. So far, I think we have do your own research and trust to verify. And another thing to add for anyone entering the space is plan for a very long-term mindset. Even if we're in a bear market, a bull market, just preparing for a really extensive journey of getting into crypto and forming those deep partnerships and relationships. I think the most successful firms, from miners to exchanges to wallets, have been those in the space for a very long time, planning to stay around for a long time, and it shows through the partnerships they make and through the products they design that are set to last.
Yeah, the equipment quickly loses its value too. You've got to plan for that. A lot of times, you'll see these companies, they'll scale large with all the latest, greatest miners, and then within a year or two, they're old news. You got to plan for that. Your share of the hash rate is going to go down over time without new continual investment, and you never know what the price is going to do. Of course, it's just always plan for the worst, and don't over leverage, because that can quickly get you in trouble. So, yeah.
That's good advice. So guys, to get ready to kind of wrap things up, I would like to know kind of your thoughts on what you see happening in the areas that you're in Latin America in the next year or 2 years, like in terms of adoption and just for mining in general.
I think in terms of crypto adoption, it's going to keep climbing. Back when I talked on stage, the world economy isn't doing too well. So I think it's just this is an alternative to what has been working for the last 200-300 years. So it's time for something new. So I think adoption is going to keep growing. So basically, when it comes to crypto, that's my insight. When it comes to mining, basically mining is bringing a ton of investment in renewables, which is something that we have to work on. And that's growing nonstop, and we're seeing new projects, improved technology when it comes to solar panels. Argentina in the next year is going to be deploying 700 megawatts worth of wind power, and there's another 2 gigawatts basically projects waiting to be approved. Uruguay has a bunch of other projects as well. So I think we're going to see a very large expansion of renewables, which renewables, when it comes to power storage, it isn't really an economical option, and it doesn't make too much sense. So renewables have the advantage that usually they're overproducing the power. So there's a huge opportunity for mining there.
Thank you.
Yes, in my case, I think exactly the same that Nick. And additionally, I will add that I'm seeing Latin America like leading this revolution in many aspects because of the needs, So at the end, this is a decentralized world we're thinking about. And obviously, if you think at the world nowadays, it's totally centralized in the North Hemisphere. So if you look at Latin America in the South Hemisphere, then you will see that decentralization is a huge opportunity for our countries. I totally agree with what you had said also, to develop ourselves in a different way. With Web3, I mean, blockchain, all this industry, obviously mining too, is a great opportunity for our countries with knowledge, with experience, and just with a computer, a guy there could, change his life. So I think it's a game changer. We don't know exactly when it's going to happen. I mean, the timing, no one knows exactly when it's going to happen, but everyone in this room is believing the same. So I really optimistic about what is going to happen. And in the mining side, as I mentioned before, I think that Latin America nowadays, geopolitically, is a must. I mean, and it's completely underdeveloped right now, and with a huge opportunity. So well, I think the next years are going to be very exciting, hopefully, and we will have a lot of things to work together with all of you.
I think there's a reason that crypto has grown so quickly in the past 10 years, let alone the past 2 or 3, and it's because just the spark of advertising and informing the basic concepts of financial freedom, of true custody over your own assets or your own decentralized protocol involvement, countries have been left out of the global conversation of finance and of resource management, such as energy and internet infrastructure. And I think finally, through not only decentralized technologies, but just the rapid de-escalation of prices and of the barriers to entry, they're finally having a say. So it's really, our direct investment in Eucalyptus Labs is working with, for example, our head of community, Fernando Garcia, who is our head of support and community, who's built out all of our translations, who's working hand in hand with a lot of local communities. And again, it's about proving that these protocols can bring a lot of value to your own self, your own family, the people around you. And the second that someone gets the first spark of understanding behind proof of work or crypto, it's just about how you can accelerate and provide the best resources to get the technology into their hands. And
thank you.
I share a lot of the same optimism as the guys up here, obviously. I think, yeah, the education is absolutely crucial. Cryptocurrencies are a really magical thing. Like, once you really get it and really understand, like, it's not something you let go of easily. And I think as long as there's enough people who've been exposed to this, who've seen the conditions that come from not having some kind of safe storage and easy-to-use currency, like those kinds of people, they're ripe for this. Like if they get a hold of it, they'll run with it. You'll see continued adoption. And as long as it's popular enough, then hopefully governments don't get too involved. Because that's one thing you have to worry about too, is as currencies start to collapse, what if the government tries to prop up the value of those currencies by banning others? And I think really it's back to the education and outreach to make sure that the population knows the value of this and isn't going to give it up easily.
Okay. Thank you guys for being here, for being on our panel. Everybody, if you can, give a big round of applause for everyone up on stage. And we're looking forward to having more crypto mining, more proof of work in Latin America. Thank you all for coming to WDMS, and I'll hand things over to Margie. Okay. And we're off.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. So this is everything for WDMS Global 2022. As the mining industry continues to grow, we are honored to be with you on this journey. Bitmain will continue to support the industry and work with you to build a stronger future for digital asset mining. As part of our growing community, we are excited to see what you will develop this year and the next. So, to everyone who has attended, thank you so much. Thank you all our sponsors and partners. Thank you for joining WDMS Global 2022. We look forward to see you at future events. Thank you so much, everyone. See you next time.